Hey. Hello? I mean, hey. Do I need to do this thing again? Interact, scroll down. Boom! I guess that's just part of the routine. Okay. Oh shit. All right. The worst people by far are the ones who voice note you for 5 minutes. Dude, anyone who voice notes you for any amount of time is probably a bad person, okay? Because why the fuck do they think that they're entitled to all that time that it would take for them to just use like the diction function? You could just speak the words into your text and it will turn those words into text. Why do I have to listen to all your pauses and hey, so hey, do you remember that time when we sorry, I got distracted because my partner is giving me a hand job underneath the table. Oh yeah, remember that time when we you know, we went to that place and it was like, fuck, why am I listening to this fucking shit, bro? Like, come on. Get out of my life. That's not a true story, okay? I'm obviously exaggerating for... I'm not traumatized. Mm. What's for slop today? I don't know. Not, I didn't have that much slop in mind. Maybe like 2 things. I'm actually not sure where to start today. Probably news, and then we'll read some things. Okay. Ooh. The Lebanon stuff is interesting. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot going on there. But let's see. I do not care about the Mandelson vetting story. Oh, have you seen this? Have you seen there's a whale stranded in the Baltic Sea? The poor little whale. They haven't fully agreed on how it got there. We know it came from the Atlantic and that it somehow veered away into water that it's not supposed to be in the Baltic Sea. And the problem is that the Baltic Sea has got a lower salt content than the Atlantic. So it's giving the whale like a kind of distressing skin condition. So they're having to constantly apply this ointment to its skin to ease the irritation. And they don't know how it got there. It might have either got there by chasing some herring or by getting lost when it was migrating. We don't know. But that's it there. And they've tried to sort of like lead it out, but it's not really working. So now they're having to try and get it on some kind of fucking like a sea stretcher or whatever that is, and then to like a little hammock, and then pull it out of the sea and bring it into the Atlantic. And look, they're applying this stuff to help it now, I think. And there's this whole look at all this machinery they've got to try and get this whale out. There's a whole debate over what they're actually supposed to do with it. Some people are saying let it die in peace, and then others are like it's not really in peace. It's seriously distressed, and it's in an area where there are lots of ships and equipment and loud noises going past, and it's in pain. And then there were these like fucking German millionaires who have donated to this rescue mission to try and get it out. But there's like a live cam, and it's just been there all day. All day, this poor little whale is just fucking... Are whales normally in the Baltic? No. This part of the Baltic anyway, they're not supposed to go here, no. Maybe it was chasing a red herring. Oh, good one. Good one. Epic jokes, bro. You should be proud. Call the Japanese. Let's not call the Japanese. Or the Icelanders. Or the Faroese. Or the Russians. Are they all the whaling countries? I don't know. It was the wind turbines. Oh, yeah, don't let Trump know about that. Okay, maybe the wind turbines sent out frequencies that confused the whale and sent it into the Baltic. Oh no. Oh, they got another group. There's another group of guys here now. Shit. I didn't see these guys before. There's more people. No, that's just going by. That's just going past, isn't it? Japan doesn't whale. They just do research. Oh, I thought they whaled. Thought they were whalers. They used to be, but they're not anymore. Is that the deal? He's lucky he's not in the Strait of Hormuz. Would not want to be a whale in the Strait of Hormuz. Hell no. Fuck that. Japan does whale. I don't know. So, dispute in chat. I don't know. I thought someone said they stopped whaling. You're saying they haven't? Oh, fuck knows. I thought they had a reputation for it because there are not many countries in the world where they do whaling. I don't know why. I don't know why we're kind of like, we'll slaughter all these animals and torture the shit out of them for food and cheese and milk and shit, but we draw a line at whales. I don't know why that's the case, but probably arbitrary. ZJM, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Hello to my favorite kick streamer. Shut up. Because whales are the same cute as dogs and cats. That is pretty much it. Yep. Debate Andrew Wilson on platforming Sundowner. Is Andrew Wilson against platforming Sundowner? What? Is it just because they're endangered? Oh. Okay. So the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel is in its, what, 5th or 6th day? It's about halfway through out of 10 days. The one with Iran is set to expire tomorrow between Trump and Iran. Trump is already talking about resuming operations, and he said he's going to bomb all the bridges and power stations, which he has said plenty of times now. Hasn't it already been broken by the Lebanon one? I mean, the Strait of Hormuz has gone back and forth a few times now. Iran said they're reclosing it. America said that, I think the Americans have claimed to have attacked Iranian ships in the Strait. I honestly don't know anymore. I'm not. Whatever happens tomorrow, I guess, when the 14-day lull expires, anyone's guess. Given the press around it, and given Trump the way he is, he'll probably go back to bombing something. But that's quite broad. Yeah, the Americans took over an Iranian ship. Okay.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Whoa. So pretty significant escalation in the U.S.-Iran war just a few moments ago when it looked like we might be headed towards another round of peace talks. Instead, the U.S. Navy opened fire and hit an Iranian vessel that was trying to bypass the U.S. blockade, landed Marines on board that ship, and has since taken it into U.S. custody. Now, this is a tactic that we've talked about and advocated for on this channel, saying, hey, if Iran is going to have selective passage through the Strait of Hormuz, effectively shut it down to anyone except who they want to either pay the toll or want to allow pass, one option we have is to seize any of the ships coming out the other side. It looks like we did that, and now we wait kind of on pins and needles to see how Iran responds, because escalation is a two-way street. And we're going to run through President Trump's statement here as to why this ship in particular was boarded and the justification in doing so. But we have to keep in mind how, with anything escalation-wise, is not just the action, but how that action is perceived and how that action.
Now, I'm guessing it was Shadow Fleet. That would probably be why they'd go after it, but
is received. And we have to assume at this point that Iran is not going to just allow this to happen and move on. They're probably going to lash out. Now, President Trump just a few moments ago issued a statement saying, today an Iranian-flagged cargo ship named Tuska tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tuska in the Gulf of Oman and gave it fair warning to stop. The Iranian
Shadow Flame. No, Shadow. Shut the fuck up. Shadow Fleet. Russian Iranian Shadow Fleet, where they smuggle Russian and Iranian oil past American and European sanctions.
Crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in their engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tuska is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship and are seeing what is on board. Now, as soon as we started hearing that Marine amphibious ready groups are moving to the region, this was one of the explanations of what they might be sent there to do, right? These numbers are nowhere near enough to seize Harg Island, let alone get a foothold inside of Iranian territory, but taking control of ships, especially sanctioned ships, flying under the Iranian flying the Iranian flag, seemed very possible. This is the first step in that direction. And just to be clear, for all of the justification of we gave them warning, they wouldn't stop, they were bypassing the blockade, they're a sanctioned vessel, we have to keep in mind how it is received on the other side. I would expect that the Iranian regime views this as a degree of escalation and are probably going to retaliate in some way, shape, or form. Now, to be fair, yesterday, Iran was seemingly violating the ceasefire left, right, and center. Anybody that tried to go through the Strait of Hormuz was fired upon. And we've definitely entered a phase in this ceasefire where both the United States and Iran are pointing at each other saying, well, this was a violation of the ceasefire. Iran says the blockade is a violation of the ceasefire. The United States says Iran's limited granting of access through the strait is a violation of the ceasefire. So we've definitely entered that phase. But just yesterday, according to the Washington Post, 2 gunboats affiliated with the IRGC opened fire on a tanker around 20 nautical miles northeast of Oman. They say this is according to the UK MTO, the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center, adding that a container ship was also hit by an unknown.
Would Lonerbox be in favor of ground invasion and occupation? No. I personally will stop at nothing short of Iran being a 51st state. Look at the fucking size of it, bro. It's the entire West Coast. It's so deceptive. Look at that. Ooh. Just put it here. It fits. It's a perfect fit. It can overlap. It can squat. You can just put it on top of California. And whatever the fuck's up there. No, it's California, yeah. It looks nicer like that, doesn't it? It looks like little devil horns for the United States. It's more symmetrical. Boom. Shit.
Known projectile, and then a cruise ship reported seeing a nearby splash. Again, according to UK MTO. Sal over What's Going On at Shipping had a great video on this yesterday, kind of trying to break down the madness that is the Strait of Hormuz and, you know, asking the question, is it closed? Is it open? And he showed these graphics of ships kind of, they're going to make a go for it. They're going to either exit the Persian Gulf or they're going to enter and then just turning around. Like they got the message, they got notified, or they heard gunfire, right? Or saw missiles fly by or drones or whatever it was and said, okay, not open enough. So the strait is still pretty effectively closed. Now, it did seem like we were actually heading towards the next round of peace talks here. You'll recall that last week there was the first sit down between the United States and Iran since the war began. I would say that it didn't really lead to anything tangible because the follow on from that was we put in place a naval blockade of all Iranian ports. But it sounded like we might be headed that direction again, maybe before the ceasefire expires in the next, 72 hours at this point. We will sit down again with the Iranians and try to sort out some sort of agreement. And President Trump was hinting at that today, kind of giving it life, breathing air into it. Just a few hours ago, he said that our people are on their way to Pakistan right now. And that was the first that we had heard that talks were even scheduled, let alone based off that statement. It seemed like they were like agreed upon. The U.S. is on their way over there to sit down with Iran. President Trump did add some...
This is from April 19th. That's 2 days ago. They fired bullets at the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship, a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan tomorrow evening. Negotiations. Okay. I remember this one. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. If I don't know what I'm doing, my opponent doesn't know what I'm doing either. Hell yeah. They're helping us without knowing. They're the ones losing with the closed passage, $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. That's not true at all. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the US, Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up. Compliments of the IRGC. Always wanted to be the tough guy. Projection. We are offering a very fair and reasonable deal. I hope they take it because if they don't, United States is going to knock out every single power plant, every single bridge. Bro, there are like 300,000 bridges in Iraq. There's so many bridges. They have bridges up the ass. And America's already launched what, like 13,000 strikes? So they're gonna have to multiply their amount of strikes like quite a lot if they want to get all these bridges. It's so stupid.
Warnings with that he's voiced before, saying if they don't take the deal, we're going to knock out every power plant and every bridge.
How many times is he going to have to say this before he... How many times is he going to threaten these fucking bridges, bro? No more Mr. Listen, the rules of the game just changed.
In Iran, and we'll come back to that here in a second. He also added to Axios earlier today that the concept of a deal is already done. It's hard to see that if we look at all of the other actions, right? So Tasnim News Agency and an Iranian government-affiliated organization said Iran will not send a negotiating team to Islamabad.
Is Israel still participating in hostilities against Iran? Actually, I don't know. I know where to find out, though. I don't think Israel has been firing at Iran through the last 14 days. And their ceasefire with Lebanon was about 5 days ago. But we'll read about that as well, because that's kind of interesting. The fact that they signed the ceasefire deal with the Lebanese government, who they weren't fighting anyway. But it is like, if you understand the very fucking unique politics of Lebanon, you can see why it makes sense to do that. But we'll go into that.
While the U.S. blockade...
Actually, the terms of the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon are kind of insane. we'll have to read it. It was signed, I think, on the 16th. So that's... 5 days ago.
On Iranian ports continues, saying no negotiations will take place. Some added context here from Iranian media IRNA. They say the excessive and unreasonable American demands, frequent changes of positions, constant contradictions, and the continuation of the so-called naval blockade in violation of the ceasefire agreement, along with the threatening rhetoric, have so far hindered the progress of the talks, and in these circumstances, there is no clear prospect for fruitful negotiations. So a couple things to keep in mind here. First off, I've seen talk recently that we must be negotiating with somebody that is being undercut inside of Iran. And if that's true, I would say then we aren't negotiating with the right person. All right, so if we're reaching an agreement, and I think this is an overly optimistic view of what's likely played out in recent weeks, but if we go with the idea that the United States has reached viable agreements, or in President Trump's words here, the concept of a deal is done, but then we look back to what is happening inside of Iran, and they're opening fire on everything moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and saying because this blockade is still in place, we aren't even going to sit down with you guys. Then we can't have a deal. We can't have a concept of a deal if the actions on the ground don't line up with that. Now, it's entirely possible that Iran is doing very similar to what they did last time around with the talks, where they're...
What is this? Oh, the people that track the internet blockage. 53 days of internet blackout. Oh, yeah. We haven't really heard from Iranians within the country for quite a while now, have we? They've just kind of been dealing. The fuck is that? What? Okay. I can't scroll Twitter anymore. It's fucking mental. My recommended Twitter feed right now has moved completely. It's progressively been moving away from politics and just towards like fucking AI memes that I think are funny. Like, because I'm guessing the way the algorithm. No, there's some politics here actually. I can't scroll on stream because of the fucking risks, but the other day I was scrolling randomly on Twitter, and it was just like the politics content was just so much. There was a lot of Lebanese stuff, like a lot of Arab Twitter, but yeah, I've noticed that there's just so much fucking like dumb shit because I just cannot be fucked with the political takes anymore, and I'm just not bothering to read them as I go past them. There is that Lebanese political analyst who's been going on Piers Morgan and making the rounds. He's appearing a lot. We'll see.
Saying we're not going to go, and they're kind of holding out, waiting to get something else out of it before at the last minute sitting down with the United States. We'll find out in the next 24 hours whether that's true or not. I think it's safe to assume that that they're going to view this boarding and seizing of Iranian vessel as a significant violation, and they are probably going to respond. Now, in terms of what this next phase of fighting could look like, because all indications right now are that we are headed back to a hot war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. I've seen a lot of talk since the ceasefire went into place, and I think this is kind of a result of what I think is unfortunate framing by U.S. leadership that the Iranian military is gone, and they are not. All right. If you recall, we heard numerous officials talk about how Iran had.
Did you see the video of an IDF soldier destroying a statue of Jesus? Yeah, I did, obviously. Pretty fucked. I also, is it just today? No, Israel still hasn't captured Ben Jbeil, has it? Maybe? I know like last week they were bragging that they'd captured the stadium where Nasrallah gave his victory speech in 2006. No, 2000, sorry. They got sentenced for the Jesus thing, by the way. Okay. I mean, not surprising if the guy literally fucking photographed himself doing it. Like, yeah, but I don't think they actually have the whole city yet, the whole town. Maybe they do now, because this is 8 days ago. Because this is kind of seen as like the biggest Hezbollah stronghold in the south. This is where the IDF tends to get stuck in the mud a little bit. Like they struggled with this place in 2006 and when they were occupying as well. I think this is what they nicknamed the terror capital. I think they would, and every time, like in this previous war in 2004 to 25, in 24 to 25 and in 2006, they would always lose like 10 to 15 soldiers, which for one town is quite a lot for IDF. And they'd maybe hold parts of it for a day and then they'd have to leave again. Like, so they could, yeah, this has always been like a really difficult part for the IDF, like a very, very well fortified Hezbollah area. But I don't know. The last I saw it was like 3 days ago, and it looked like they were still surrounding Ben Jbeil, but they were not in it. You can see Ben Jbeil from Israel. Like if you're near the border area, you can see it like quite easily. The terror capital, they call it. It's where Nasrallah gave his speech talking about how the Israeli forces are weaker than a spider's web. But they have the stadium, not the city, I don't think. Not in April 13th anyway.
Had no more air defense left, and that was before they shot down a U.S. fighter, week and a half, 2 weeks ago, all right, and an A-10. So clearly they still have air defense. They still had air defense then. They still have it now. It's heavily degraded, no doubt, but there is still a threat posed by the Iranian military. The New York Times got into this yesterday with a little more detail, where they say U.S. intelligence and military estimates vary, but multiple officials said that Iran has about 40% of its pre-war arsenal of drones. Iran also has ample supplies of missiles and missile launchers. At the time of the ceasefire, Iran had access to about half.
Oh yeah, they did a fucking thing about it, didn't they? The boys. A short while ago, in full coordination with the local community of Debel in southern Lebanon, the damaged statue was replaced by IDF troops. The Northern Command worked to coordinate the replacement of the statue from the moment it received report of the incident. The IDF expresses regret over the incident and is working to ensure. Man, they're so quick with a fucking statue of Jesus, aren't they? My God. WCK workers, we'll give it 2 weeks. The fucking statue of Jesus. No problem, son. This is very Lebanese. The fucking, I feel like they're always so like elaborate with their religious imagery. Like it's always so pretty and so over the top. It probably has a cam and a mic in it. Ooh, a Mossad crucifix for this random fucking area in Debel. I don't know what the fuck this place is called. It looks so Roman. Oh yeah. Yeah, this will be, yeah, they care about Christian support to some degree. When does the ceasefire? Oh, hello, Modern Day Debate. How's it going? When does the ceasefire expire, today or tomorrow? The American-Iranian one is tomorrow, Wednesday. To which Trump has said he's strongly considering fighting again immediately because of, I don't know, man. Why do people believe this fucking 10-point shit? Like this idea that those Iranian 10 points were ever going to be accepted. Why did anyone in the American side say that this was a reasonable 10 points? Or when they said they were given a different 10 points, did they ever say what the different 10 points were? It just made no sense. It looked like they were trying to say that they got something. Then when it was revealed what they were claiming to have got, it looked fucking completely untenable for any American, let alone they were Democrat or Republican, to accept. And then they went straight back to saying, "Oh yeah, we're just good. We're mad. We're not getting what we want. What's wrong with these Iranian bastards? We're gonna go back to bombing all the bridges, which we never did in the first place anyway." Yeah, fuck. Good. How are you? Oh, I'm good. You know, coming out of my little hiatus, I think. Re-emerging. It was originally posted by. I wonder how does this guy, this Yunus Tarawi guy, how does he always get the first shots of these things? This is the same journalist guy, the Yunus Tarawi, who described one of the like 85-year-old woman hostages in October 7th as a prisoner of war. Like she's a captured soldier.
Half of its missile launchers. In the days that immediately followed,
Isn't this the
it
guy?
dug out about
Telegram
100
circles, yeah.
systems that had been buried inside caves and bunkers, bringing its stockpile of launchers back up to about 60% of its pre-war level.
The 10 points were supposed to be a starting point. Yeah, they're not really. Like a starting point is in like, here's a framework that we will both agree to and begin with. That's not what Iran is doing though. That's not how you would describe that. What you would describe what Iran was doing was you would say this is what they want, and this is why we're going to start from there. As in like this, they've said what they want. Not that it's a starting point for the pair of us, because the 10 points are non-starters for America. They would basically be like every single point there would put Iran into an unprecedentedly more advantageous position compared to what they were in before the war. Like why would you ever, whatever.
Iran is also digging out its supply of missiles, similarly buried in rubble from American attacks on its bunkers and depots. When that work is done, Iran could reclaim as much as 70% of its pre-war arsenal, according to some American estimates. Officials note that counts of Iran's weapon stocks are not precise. Intelligence assessments offer a broad look at how much power the Iranian military retains. So even if we...
just so you know, with Modern Day Debate, by the way, you generally give non-starters in initial proposals. Okay, first of all, no, you don't. Second of all, you don't go to the public, and say something like, "Oh yeah, I accidentally like scuffed this guy's car, like and scratched the side of it as I was coming out of the parking space. They've asked me for $100 million, pounds, whatever, and." Yeah, I think that's a good start. We're gonna work from there. No, you would never say that. That's a reasonable beginning point. Like, no, you wouldn't say that. You'd say, well, that's not serious. The fuck, for this guy's little fucking Vauxhall Nova. Wait, hang on. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. Since Modern Day Debate appeared, that reminded me. We are doing a thing, guys. I'm doing a debate in Dallas, Texas. That's in the United States of America in July. Me and Andrew Wilson are going to be debating on whether or not Trump's a fascist. Hell yeah. Is it in my feed? Okay, let's look here. Dude, why when I look this shit up, I just get a bunch of fucking... I should never... I put in modern day debate loner box on my Twitter search, and it's just a bunch of fucking annoying dickhead clippers with little fucking sirens near their headlines trying to talk about me, trying to start shit. 10 likes, good one. Where's the... Oh, here. Yeah, look at this. Look at this promo. That's me. Dinesh D'Souza is going to go against Andrew Wilson. Destiny is going to debate Dinesh D'Souza. It's like a fucking tournament lineup almost. Me and Andrew Wilson, Erudite and Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife. And then these dudes, yeah, fucking Andrew Wilson's doing like 3 debates. Trooper. July 25th and 26th. Damn. 2026. In Dallas. Let's go. UFC event. Man, Modern Day Debate always puts on... Like, they take the shows really seriously. You're going to platform Andrew... Shut the fuck up. Shut up! And since it's a live event, guys, you can go there. You can go and say what's what. Here, I'll give it to you. Watch for the leg kicks. Wait, what? Do conflicts immediately when a ceasefire expires? Are you missing a word there? Do they immediately resume? It depends on what was agreed in the ceasefire. The whole point of a ceasefire is to usually get both sides to try and agree to certain conditions and post-war realities that both of them can be okay with, that they can survive. So usually the side that started the war would hope to finish a ceasefire period with some kind of gain, with some kind of concession. Or if the people who have been attacked feel like they've been attacked unfairly or unjustly, would maybe expect to get some kind of gain or guarantee to stop themselves getting attacked unjustly again. But like, yeah, a ceasefire, the whole point of like any war really is to change the facts on the ground, to change the realities on the ground that produced that war in the first place. That's like assuming at least one side is acting in good faith. That's like the point of a war. And it's something that couldn't have been resolved politically for whatever reason. So when it comes to ceasefires ending, the problem now is that neither side really has any, it doesn't seem like they're willing to concede anything. Iran has taken way too many optical victories. Trump has taken way too much of an optical and political fucking setback domestically and on the international stage to want to stop right now. So yeah, it just really depends. But yeah, like the point of a ceasefire should be that, you know, sometimes it can buy time for more talks if there's been any ground broken, or it can just reveal, it can actually just end with both sides coming to a resolution that ends the war completely. There's the link for tickets if you want. I have 2 great videos of Wilson debating very recently in Discord. I think you should watch them. It's very revealing. He got exposed more so than in other official debates. Well, fire it my way. I will have a look, yeah. Get on it.
Look at that and say it's exaggerated, it's 2x over what the actual numbers are, then we could say that what their stockpile of launchers, they say is 60%, let's say it's 30%. If they say 70% of their pre-war arsenal of missiles, let's call it 35%. 30% of...
You just posted it again. No, I pinned it, dickhead. Wait, hang on. Yeah, well, there's an option to unpin it, so it's been pinned.
Launchers and 35% of missiles is still a lot that Iran could be launching in coming days, weeks, and months. So they very much still have the ability to fight back. Now, in terms of what this next phase of fighting could look like, there's a lot of questions on how much the U.S. goes. I mean, the way that Secretary Hegseth has phrased it is kind of gloves off, and that would be lining up with President Trump's threats countless times now to go after the Iranian power grid, their energy infrastructure, their bridges, a lot of what we refer to as dual-use infrastructure. And that's a slippery slope. There is an argument.
By the way, the power facilities are not dual use. They're just not, unless there's something about them that even the Americans aren't saying. Like the Americans are saying that they're dual use because they are politically useful to keeping the regime in power at home, which actually means that it's not dual use at all. Like dual use is not like if the fucking Nazis have a fucking gold mine and they're using it and it's just funding like regular government civil service shit and allowing them to pay their workers or allowing them to keep the economy from inflating or whatever. Like that's not really like a dual use item. It has to be going towards a particular war effort in a specific to a particular degree, like to an extent, not just that it's politically useful to them. The bridges might be different because they can obviously move stuff that, like, they can move military assets. That was why Israel always goes for bridges in Lebanon, like in the Litani, because that's how Hezbollah moves their stuff down from Beirut or from Bekaa.
To be made as to how some of that can be justified one-off. There is not a justification, we've talked about this in past videos, to eliminate the entire power grid in an entire country. All right, that's something that we have generally avoided doing. I've heard the comparisons. I mean, we know what Iran's going to do. If they lash out, they're going to go after soft targets in the region, right? They'll probably fire some missiles at Israel, and they're likely to go after either U.S. military bases in the Gulf or civilian infrastructure in the Gulf, maybe even port facilities from some of our partners in the Persian Gulf. A lot of that is civilian infrastructure. We know that's what Iran does. That's what the IRGC does. And we have labeled them terrorist organizations and the supporter of terrorist organizations. So very much not in the camp of, well, if they do it, what's wrong with us doing it? Because we're not a terrorist organization. And I hold the United States and the United States military to a little higher standard than I hold the IRGC. But either way, as this next round of fighting looks to kick up, the big question is going to be if President Trump and Secretary Hegseth follow through on their threats to go after all of this dual-use infrastructure. I'm
fucking chat, dude.
Skeptical that would drive the Iranian regime to the negotiating table, but probably would lead to significant escalation across the region as Iran does a tit-for-tat retaliation with civilian infrastructure throughout the other Gulf nations. We're talking desalination facilities, port facilities, energy infrastructure, and could cause a real significant humanitarian issue across the region. But
someone in chat asks, why were your family part of Sabra and Shatila? This person's been on YouTube since 2014. They're not even like a child or anything. Unless they were given YouTube for their birthday. Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh, they got their little playlists. They like football.
You're watching Football Daily.
Religion. Okay. Interesting.
Find a lot out here in the next 24 to 48 hours. That's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Okay. Breaking. Why was his family involved in 9/11? You cannot say that. That's racist. It's only acceptable to say that Lebanese Christians were involved in Sabra Shatila by default. You can't say that. Whatever. I think I want to do some of the Lebanon coverage because, my God, man. People get away with saying so much fucking shit about... You'd think Palestine was bad enough, like people speaking shit about Israel and Palestine because no one knows anything and no one cares to learn anything. But it's like that, but it's like a billion times worse for Lebanon because even less people give a fuck about Lebanon. Even the people who... Because there's no fucking pamphlet of talking points, so people just have to kind of wing it and make stuff up half the time. Is your Lebanese family Christian? Oh yeah, they're Maronite as fuck. Yeah, I'm aware of this. I'm aware that Nawaf Salam, Lebanese Prime Minister, is in Paris today. Or was it yesterday? Yeah, today. Talking to Mr. Macron. Because it was interesting because France had been fairly absent from these talks for a little while. But yeah, they've been yapping today. Is he speaking English actually? Or French? He can probably speak 3 languages actually.
Touchés par les bombardements.
They probably both speak in French.
Précision.
Liban. Bon, ça sera pas infini le 3, mais j'espère toujours qu'il pourrait y avoir un cadre onusien.
Okay, he's speaking French. Shit. I'll find some takeaways though. France 24 should have that. Did they confirm that Hezbollah fired at that UN convoy? Not that I know of. Again, I don't even. My UNIFIL. What the fuck is UNIFIL's job? Like UNIFIL's job is just to stand there and get shot at by everyone. Like that's it. They're just there, and then they stand in between, and they say we need a ceasefire, while all sides fucking fire roughly at things near them, and then they get hit sometimes. That's it. And occasionally they'll fire on each other as well. There was that fucking Irish UNIFIL guy who went crazy, who kind of went a bit mental and just fired on like 3 of his own guys and killed them. Like that was a long time ago, but yeah, like why? Dude, is Hutch actually doing full fucking drama, bro? J-Stock doesn't like me. Is he watching a J-Stock stream about himself? Yeah. Dude, that's a bad idea.
What are other streams like? Like, how do other streamers moderate their chat?
They do fuck all, bro.
Constantly
What
minimize just how awful Hamas is. And many of them
are they talking to Israel? Oh.
Minimize the horrors of October 7th.
Oh. Who's doing that?
And so, no, I don't accept your claim that these people were right about Israel.
Who's he saying was right? Who's saying who was right about Israel?
To accurately report on this issue. You, Hutch, and me, Hutch, we both sat on the sidelines in so many ways, okay? That, like...
What did you expect me to do? I don't know what this means. Not my country. Not my conflict. Like, I have no part to play in that.
I look at this stuff and I'm like, man, I kind of stopped covering this shit and I feel bad about it. You should...
I don't think that's true. I think he's lying. I don't think this is true.
Whoa.
I don't think a single time J-Stock has, sat down and quietly reflected and thought to themselves, you know what? I should have covered Israel-Palestine more.
Feel bad about it. That should be your primary emotion. I didn't do my job. I covered the news. I mean, I started doing drama stuff and I got out of politics basically.
What should people feel bad about? I don't understand. Like, what should people feel bad about? Like, what, Hutch? What should people feel bad about? Like the people who's he referring to who turned out to be? He's not talking about lefties, is he? He's not talking about like the fucking. There's no way.
This whole war broke out. I started doing like this online thing and it was different. Okay, but I feel bad. You should feel bad. That should be the primary thing you feel is like, I wasn't invested in this. It felt like complicated and it felt like it was very high stakes and I didn't really want to get any more invested in it than I was. That's how you should feel.
What's wrong with that?
You shouldn't.
I don't think that's any way to live your life. Like,
it is complicated though. You can tell it's complicated because people can't fucking handle it and they just go to whatever fucking extreme propagandistic fucking dogma of one side or the other that they can to make it make sense, because the only way.
Internalizing blame for the actions of some nation state that's like 3,000 miles away from you. Why would I internalize blame for that? It's not my fault. I'm not responsible for this. Neither are you. Stop pretending like you think you're responsible for it. I think this is all just a game.
Feel like, oh, these people are trying to take credit for it. They should take credit for it. They were on the right side of the issue.
I don't think that's true.
Tell me why they shouldn't take credit for it. Tell me why they shouldn't take credit for accurately reporting on this when it costs social and economic capital to do so.
Who's he talking about? who lost social and economic capital to talk about the conflict that is currently right now? That's probably how I describe myself, by the way, but I don't think that's what he means.
Political capital. It costs everything for these people.
What people?
Hassan has been smeared.
That seems a bit
Hassan.
hyperbolic.
Hassan has been smeared and continues to be smeared as an anti-Semite for covering it. It has costs.
Like,
Is Hassan an example of someone who lost social and political capital for the Israel-Palestine conflict and also was right about it? What the fuck was he right about, dude? He was calling it a full-blown fucking famine from like October 20th. He was calling it a genocide on October 7th whilst Hamas soldiers were still inside Gaza. He tried to tell his audience that Hamas's attack was fundamentally legal because he confused the General Assembly resolution with international law. He believed that Al-Ali Hospital to this day was struck by an Israeli fucking JDAM or whatever the fuck. He constantly lies about Israel and Palestinian history. He did that. The most recent one actually got an Atlantic article of him trying to say that Einstein was an anti-Zionist who thought that Zionists had turned into Nazis, using Zionist as synonymous with just the Irgun and Lehi. Like, what are we talking about, bro? One of the last things I saw about Hassan was him saying the death toll was actually 600,000. He believes that now. Like, what the fuck? Not to mention all the lying about fucking Jewish history in the Middle East, which shouldn't even really have anything to do with whether or not you want to help Palestinians. I don't know why. I don't know why letting some fucking hack like bullshit academic come on and say that actually it was like a handful of Israeli grenades that got 100,000 Jews to flee Iraq and just nodding along with that. I don't even know why a lie like that is supposed to help Palestinians in any way. That just seems like you're shitting on Jewish history. What even is the Western Wall? Like, what are we talking about here, man? Right about what? Oh, Hezbollah, they're very successful in their resistance against Israel. That's aged pretty well, isn't it? Fuck.
primary, more moderate Democrats. So it was Medicare for all for like 10 years, where they made it about they made the litmus test of their movement was support for Medicare for all. And they had these delusional fantasies that everybody in the
Dude, his chat is like actually doing a little better than I thought it was.
he's not familiar with my chat at all. It's like he doesn't have I don't know, maybe that reflects how he moderates his chat. Does JStock moderate with like an iron fist? Do they just crush dissent?
Wait, where is someone's asking about, two people asking about a Vosh video. Yeah, I was linked a couple. There was one I wanted to see though, because it's about Lebanon. Are there plans for you to go back on Lib and Learn? Potentially. Plans, I don't know. I was going to talk about the JCPOA with Mouton tomorrow, Mr. Mouton. He wanted to talk about that. Was it Vosh? No. The Iran Harris. Is it that one? It's the one
I'm not going to be satisfied until everyone
it
who
totally
watches me.
was. Yeah, he talks about Lebanon here. Oh, yeah, I'm going to watch this one. Because after seeing the way Kalinsky was talking about Lebanon and Hezbollah, and after the amount of times I've seen Hassan talk about Lebanon, bro, like it's even worse than like the amount, because it's different in the sense that at least if you're part of like the Western, like far left Free Palestine movement, at least you do have a wealth of like fucking pamphlets and bullet points and, out of context, bad history and all that shit. At least you have something, right? Like if you believe like Einstein was, the same kind of like anti-Zionist that someone like fucking Hassan is. If you believe that, then like that's retarded, but it's based on something. Like Einstein was critical of parts of the Zionist movement, particularly the Irgun and Lehi, which consisted of a grand total of about less than 500 fires. Lehi was 300. Irgun was maybe closer to, I think there were 1,000 members. Not all of them were fires though. But yeah, we'll say 1,300. Like, but at least that kind of lie is like, it's based on something. It's based on something. But the shit with Lebanon just sounds like they're making stuff up. It's so fucking weird. I'm going to go get a drink of water though, because I'm going to need it for this shit. Ooh. 1 minute. Grown adult takes criticism on the internet. What does he resort to? Slap a community note on him. I don't watch Doctor Who, but I know that Wiz's takes are shit. Who the fuck? Look at the kind of fucks who respond to me. Oh, these critiques are pretty good. Fuck you! What can I do with this? Alright. Are you ready for it? It'll be as follows. Let's make some predictions. Today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this Burger King into a terror Burger King. Come inside. Look at this. You think this is a deep fryer? Look in here. These are Kalashnikovs. These are RPGs. These are Katyusha rockets. Long-range missiles. Anti-tank missiles. Grenades. Look at this other deep fried. Ugh. Okay. Vaush, good friend of the show. A few of you wanted me to watch this one. This is not just a Chase James. This isn't just a Chase link. There were quite a few people who wanted me to watch this. Let's see. What is this Reddit post to begin with? Would we really have attacked Iran if Kamala was president? There's a chance they might have done the 12-day war. Maybe. That is a maybe, though. This current operate? Absolutely fucking not. You are completely, suffering from severe fucking brain leprosy if you believe. There's no way. There's no fucking way. But otherwise,
We understand that everything happening right now would be happening if Kamala Harris won. Not exactly the same, but fundamentally the same. And if you can't see the difference between those two things, I genuinely don't think you're mature enough to understand the content that I produce in this channel. Because I keep having arguments about this where people are like,
I love the way he talks, right? I genuinely do not believe that you have the intellectual maturity with which to understand the words that I'm saying. Dude, what?
If Kamala Harris was a president, then this little thing would have been different. Yeah, but the nation of the United States has been on a long terminal decline for decades, and it's not been up to the whims of the President Trump, okay? It has been a product of a bipartisan consensus and certain policy decisions, one of which being our deference to Israel. Remember how people gave me a bunch of shit for saying that the Biden/Kamala Harris administration, as if there's a difference, would have attacked Iran too? Have you seen this? Former Biden administration...
That's a very broad window there. Attacked Iran. I think Hillary said that she supported the attacks on the 12-day war, on the nuclear sites, because those are legitimate targets, I would say, when a country is literally just holding up a curtain and being like, are we going to produce a nuclear weapon behind this curtain? Yeah, don't do that. You should get bombed for doing that, you fucking idiot. You deserve to get bombed if you're going to behave like that, you fucking prick. Don't do that. Don't say, death to this country and that country and maybe sometimes that country. They sometimes say death to the UK or whatever. We're also building ballistic missiles that can carry nuclear payloads. Oh yeah, they're really good now. They can reach almost as far as at least one of the countries we want to destroy. Oh yeah, but what are we doing with this enriched uranium, guys? Whoa. Okay, you're going to get bombed. But even Hillary, who supported that decision in the 12-day war, would never have gone behind this fucking undefined, is it regime change? Is it just a change in government? Bomb fucking everything. Relax the rules of engagement to the point that a fucking school gets hit in the first wave of strikes, which is supposed to be your most reliable intel for targeting. No way. No heckin' way, bro. You lack the intellectual maturity and the IQ points and the sexiness with which to project such a terrible claim upon my ear holes. All right.
Administration senior advisor Amos Hochstein said he supported last summer's Operation Midnight Hammer.
In July 2024, Secretary Blinken claimed Iran was 1 or 2 weeks away from having enough fissile material breakout capacity to eventually make a weapon if Iran had decided to do so. There were indirect negotiations that the Biden administration did, but it went nowhere. So when President Trump argues that he did when no other president would, is it just simply that the bill was coming due and it fell on his watch?
I do think there's a certain element to that. And that's why
you guys fucking flamed me. There were posts in the subreddit. YouTube chat was mad at me when I said this. I said that the attack on
What are
Iran...
we saying here? Do we think that the 12-day war, the B-2 bombing strikes on nuclear sites that are far outside of any urban centers, do we think that these strikes are the same as what America's doing now in Iran? Are we missing that? That these are two very different operations? Like, what the fuck?
Iran was almost inevitable because Israel was pushing it and Kamala Harris and Biden were completely subservient to Israel, and that the Democratic establishment was happy that Trump did it in his term because they wouldn't have to take the flak for it.
Was supportive of President Trump joining in June to take the strikes that we had thought internally in the Biden administration we may have to take if there was a second term. We thought that the spring, summer of 2025 was probably, we may have to be there in the same place. And we did war games. We did some practice runs on what it would look like to look into it. And because that may have had to happen under our watch as well. But he said we
may have had to happen. Like, they're not even treating it like a political decision or anything that anything like that the voters get to have an opinion on. You know, like, oh, you don't run. It just happens. Yeah, like it would have happened. War with Iran? Yeah, you know, like it was going to happen no matter what. Just in inevitability, you know, the product of inertia. We were hurtling towards conflict with Iran no matter. It doesn't matter what the voters want.
It obliterated their nuclear program. The question then is not about what he did in June. This war we were in now did not attack the nuclear facilities again.
Okay, this guy's pointing out the substantial difference between these two operations. One of many substantial differences. Is it going to get picked up on? Bruh.
This was not about the nuclear. So the question now becomes, can you do a deal with the Iranians? And the maximalist positions that both sides have are right now very far apart, despite all the rhetoric that we're almost there or we are there, but if we're not there, we'll bomb the hell out of them.
This guy was literally born in Jerusalem. Yep, he identifies as a moderate Orthodox Jew. Also, he worked as a lobbyist. So, you know, whoever the, you know, just classic Biden administration staff. In March 2017, he joined Tellurian, a private Houston-based liquid natural gas company, where he served as senior vice president of marketing until his departure in September.
Classic Biden administration staffer, born in Jerusalem. Oh, God.
2020. On August 10, 2021, Antony Blinken announced he'd be appointing Hochstein as the senior advisor for energy security. I love the deep state. I love the deep state. I'm going to keep baiting you all with this bat until we accept it, so I don't have to deal with the fucking blowback that I'm going to get in 2027 and 2028, where I correctly point out the Dems and Republicans are fielding the same candidate, okay? He served in the IDF. Well, he was born in Jerusalem, so yeah, I would assume so. Everyone serves the IDF. Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. You were right. I didn't want you to be. Yes! Got another one. Yes! It's great. It's very depressing. You know, it's very depressing. For more on that.
And we're joined now by Amos Hochstein. He was a former Biden White House senior energy advisor and Middle East negotiator, and he's now managing partner at the investment firm TWG Global. Good to have you back here.
It's great to be here.
So President Trump said current gas prices are not very high, but regular gas costs are average like $4.05 a gallon. Last time we saw that was under the Biden administration when Russia invaded Ukraine. So if you were advising President Trump today, how do you make sure this spike isn't...
Kamala Harris also said she would not have gotten in this war. Yeah, so who do you believe? Kamala Harris, who says, who while campaigning said she was going to be harder on Iran than Trump, but now,
the
after
most lethal military.
The Iran war has actually, you know, begun, said that she would not have gotten us into this war, or the Biden energy advisor, who says that Biden in his second term probably would have had to do this anyway. You know, who do you believe?
Why, when they say that, we're talking about the 12-day war, not this one. These are two different wars. Why are we treating them like they're both the same war? That's crazy. Is this what happens when every war is a genocide now? Like you confuse two completely separate, massively distinct military operations. Okay.
Long lasting.
Well, we're at over $4 now. because we have a real disruption. In the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we had a concern of a disruption that never actually happened, and it went all the way up to 5. For the president right now, any continued duration of closure of the Straits of Hormuz.
See, someone in chat saying it, this bully shill person is saying, quote, this isn't this full-scale war. Yeah, so some people they're only referring to one strike. So this person, this poor Democrat, this poor third-way liberal neo-free trade Thatcheroid, whatever the fuck this person's going to get accused of being by someone, is aware. But is anyone else noticing?
Will have to have a spike in prices. When you have an energy crisis like the Strait of Hormuz, it's very slow moving, and then it's like falling off a cliff. Because when you close the straits, the world still has all the tankers that were on the water before. And that could take 25, 30.
All these economies get hit. I mean, in Europe, they're saying.
The administration's been saying, we have plenty in the U.S. Great. Been saying.
Managing partner TWG Global. Born in Jerusalem, works for a Houston-based liquid natural gas company, briefly gets to be energy advisor to Biden, then goes back to working. God, man, I'm getting real sick of it, man. By the way, it wasn't just the Biden administration. He worked for Hillary Clinton and Kerry as Secretary of State. Like he's been involved for a long.
Chatter was probably born in Israel. Wait, didn't Hillary Clinton literally say, yeah, the 12-day war strikes on the nuclear facilities, that was justified, but this one, whatever the fuck Trump is trying to do here, is absolutely not justified? Has anyone covered that? Or
a long time. He's tapped in, yeah.
We have plenty in the U.S. Great, but if you leave the U.S. and there is no jet fuel on the other side, so what happens is the fuel surcharges that Americans are going to see, that are already starting to see, and ahead of Memorial Day in the summer, tickets are going to be very expensive. When jet fuel is expensive in the rest of the world, it is also expensive here.
And we saw Spirit Airlines really struggling under that with the bankruptcy issue. Let me ask you about your Mideast experience here. In July 2024, Secretary Blinken claimed Iran was 1 or 2 weeks away from having enough fissile material breakout capacity to eventually make a weapon if Iran had decided to do so. There were indirect negotiations that the Biden administration did.
I genuinely don't think the Dems would have been unhinged enough to start this, but he's literally saying that they were in talks, that in Biden's first term, they were talking about how they might have to do this in a second. Like he's literally, he's directly saying it. I don't know what other evidence you need to that point.
Okay, sorry. I didn't realize that was all the evidence you need. Oh, dude. Fuck.
It went nowhere. So when President Trump argues that he did when no other president would, is it just simply that the bill was coming due and it fell on his watch?
I do think there's a certain element to that. And that's why I was...
He's only referring to the strike Trump did last year? Yeah.
He's responding. The person said...
Strike that Trump...
To that.
It's the guy. It's the bully shill person.
And that's why I was...
He's only referring to the strike Trump did last year? Yeah, the strike that Trump did last year was us declaring war on Iran. Like, that's how that works. We, like, carpet bombed their research facilities. That's war. No,
you can't say like they carpet bombed and then follow up with describing a precise target. Like that's not how that works. You carpet bomb like a city or a town or maybe a neighborhood. You don't carpet bomb like they carpet bombed it's like, bro, Iran carpet bombed the Kiria building in Israel. Like what? No. They carpet bombed the Pentagon. They carpet bombed the Twin Towers. No, that's a one target, bro. What the fuck? What? Because they declared war with Iran in the summer of last year that lasted 12 days. What? Then that was America on a trajectory to ultimately do this. There was no setting back because the war's already been decided. What happened between the 12-day war and now? Like, was there still a war? Like, what the fuck? What?
It's not. Yes, it is.
What is this argument?
He's only referring to the strike Trump did last year. Yeah, the strike that Trump did last year was us declaring war on Iran. Like that's how that works.
You got me, bro.
We like
that's how
carpet
that
bomb
works.
their research facilities. That's war. No, it's not. Yes, it is. if Iran sent a bunch of missiles and bombers over to America and bombed us and killed a bunch of our civilians, I think it would very unambiguously be interpreted as an act of war. Only in the Americanoid mind.
Okay, well, because of what happened in the 12-Day War with those strikes from the nuclear sites as a war. Well, you got him. That's the real point of contention here.
Can this be interpreted as like a
they're naming him the poor bully shill. Oh no. Bully shill, do you know how war works?
Striking Yemen or some other failed state or whatever. Like Iran is a cohesive, organized military.
Actually, it's not war. Actually, it's not. No. You know what? Because if you cross the several borders into the Middle East, into the Levant, over there, it's harb. It's not war at all. It's a harb. Idiot. That was just the trial run. It was the first escalation. Bro. I don't know what the...
state, you know? We did it. It was an act of war, you know? Whether or not Congress authorized it is not really relevant. Congress doesn't authorize shit.
Supportive of President Trump joining in June.
What we're doing now is totally different. Okay, this person's standing his ground. I love the chat interactions. It's so
to take the strikes that we had thought internally in the Biden administration we may have to take if there was a second term. We thought that the spring, summer of 2025 was probably, we may have to be there in the same place. And we did war games. We did some practice runs on what it would look like to look into it. And because that may have had to happen under our watch as well. But he said
talking about it was what every admin does. We probably have a military plan to invade Antarctica. Yeah, we have a military plan for everything, but he's saying that he might have had to do it. They're talking about strikes in a nuclear facility. He was an advisor to the Department of Energy. Like, this was his department. Why are you not taking him at his word? This is like a Biden admin deep state guy who's worked with the Democrats for 20 years saying like...
But even this guy has said that he's referring to the 12-Day War, not to this one. Even this guy has said it. We mean take him at his word. You're literally not taking it at his word.
Very straightforwardly, we probably would have had to do this too. I don't know, like, why not take him at his word here? You know?
How
if
long
you
did they
think
do
he's
this
an
for?
arch-Zionist who's incentivized to lie, then okay, why the fuck did Biden hire him? Why did Democrats hire him for like 20 years, you know?
Obliterated their nuclear program. The question then is not about what he did in June. This war
They're completely disconnected. In fact, that strike undermines the justification for this war. That's true, yeah. If you undermine their nuclear capabilities, then the big reason for going to war with Iran is kind of, at the very least, hindered for a while. What? Man, this person is fighting for his life.
we're in now did not attack the nuclear facilities again. This was not about the nuclear.
Yeah, distinguishing.
So the question now becomes,
he's a Zionist, it's hard to take them at their word. Unless their word is them saying they want to attack Iran, in which case I think that it's okay to take them at their word.
Deal with the Iranians, and the maximalist positions that both sides have are right now very far apart, despite all the rhetoric that we're almost there, or we are there, but if we're not there, we'll bomb the hell out of them.
Right. Or who knows who's going to show up or not show up from the Iranian side to negotiate with. I thought that was interesting that the ambassador acknowledged that.
Well, look, Margaret, when you have a negotiation that's being done loosely, right, phone calls and no real paper, you get to a point where Iran says Lebanon was included. The U.S. says, no, it wasn't.
They're doing it. Conflating a single strike on a research facility to carpet bombing their capital is insane. Okay.
Iranians say we're opening the straits because...
Inflating a single strike on a research facility to carpet bombing their capital is insane.
Yeah.
It wasn't a single strike. It was a carpet bombing in their research facilities. Also, I'm not...
Dude, you can literally see the fucking holes where they struck the USA bombing aerial Iran nuclear sites. It wasn't true. It wasn't a single strike. It was like 3 holes. What? This is a carpet bombing. This is like in the middle of the fucking desert, bro. Where are the holes? The B2 bomb. Fuck. What just happened? Why did that close my... All right. Oh, yeah. What was it? It was the MOPS, massive ordnance penetrators. Oh, it's here, isn't it? True, it wasn't just one. It was... It was like, I think this bombing run took a day, didn't it? They were They were back home within like less than 48 hours. Where are the little holes?
Required
to pull this.
Well,
Like, you cannot get more precise of a
weapon-
strike. I don't understand.
and
Oh my god, B2s, wow.
It's neat.
has to
Invisible.
be a
Invisible
sure that-
bombs.
General Robert.
Where's the fucking picture, bro?
the
Dude.
training, but over 10 years of work.
Look. Vosh has got him though. It wasn't. This is a carpet bombing. What the fuck, man? uh. Carpet stands no chance.
Inflating them. I'm saying that they're admitting they would have engaged in military action against Iran under a second Biden term. Why the fuck are you defending this? I'm not saying
Why
that.
are
Biden-
you defending?
You liberals.
I love the this. Oh, liberal. Oh shit. He's gonna pop off that guy. That guy's fucked, man. That brave chatter. He's gonna get absolutely. Oh no. All right, load him in, guys.
You
Load in
always-
the epic Vosh rant. This guy is gonna get completely fucking obliterated. He's gonna get carpet bombed.
Conflating them. I'm saying that they're admitting they would have engaged in military action against Iran under a second Biden term. Why the fuck are you defending this? I'm not saying that Biden. You liberals, you always
Defending
defer back
what?
into
This war or the 12-day war?
Mott and Bailey position, where I point out that the underlying policy position of both admins would have been the same, and your point
Dude,
is
he's doing Mott and Bailey. Dude, Vosh, you're doing Mott and Bailey. Your Mott is the Democrat. I can't remember the fucking way around, but one side you're saying that because a Biden admin person said that they would have done this, that the Republicans have done, they're referring to the strikes on the nuclear facilities, which was not a carpet bombing. You can literally see the individual holes for where each bomb landed. That's how much an opposite of a carpet bombing it was. On nuclear facilities that lasted like 1 day, and you're comparing that with a much less easy to defend take, which is that you think Democrats would have done this war right now. These are two different wars. And most people who I've heard who talk about this, who are Democrats, including this guy, are distinguishing between the two. So no, how could they have the same policy position if literally there are two military operations which are drastically different, and the Democrat side are saying that some of them support one of them, not both? Fuck.
It's like, well, they wouldn't have done exactly the same thing. I'm not saying they would have done exactly the same thing. I'm saying that both admirals would have been deferential to Israel's interests and would have attacked Iran, which would have led to similar destabilizing consequences in the region. Like, an admin that was willing to bomb their nuclear facilities is also an admin that would be willing to engage in follow-up action that would lead to the closure of the strait. We fucked up. We shouldn't have bombed
Are you serious? How the cock does that add up? How does that add up? Fetterman supports both. Got him. There's your Mott and Bailey again. Eh? This is why the Democrat policy platform is the same as the Republicans. They're not even fucking similar, man. How many people died in those bombings on the nuclear sites compared to the amount of people who died in the first day of strikes? Remember, when Trump was doing his military buildup in Iran, first of all, it was way too big for a 12-day war, but not big enough for like a full-blown like month or 2-month campaign. Then it exceeded the amount of military buildup that there was in that area that came from the Iraq war. Of course they were different. They were so different.
nuclear facilities either. Like, what? You're just rolling the dice every time on whether or not they close the strait? Does that sound like a good foreign policy to you? The results of the attack on the facility was not the death of tens of thousands and destroying the world economy and strengthening Russia. Are you simple? It led to that. What are you talking about? That's like...
How did it lead to that? These were both American decisions. How did it lead to that? I need to... what's the through line? Bombing the nuclear sites in June 2025 compels you to stop for like 8 months to talk about negotiating and then to launch a fucking nearly 2-month protracted campaign all over the fucking country. Why?
A led to B. The attacks on the nuclear facility were a deference to Israel's foreign policy interests by continuing to maintain aggression against Iran, which led to the follow-up. The Trump administration also didn't say that they would bomb Tehran and kill the Ayatollah. Do you not see the underlying pattern of deference, the similar wavelength? You're arguing
Nope.
like a counterfactual that can't be proven or disproven. Well, just because this guy admits that he would.
Can it be proven? Okay, I don't even know. I don't even know what we're doing here. That's kind of like saying the Democrats would have definitely done both of these things as well. They would have done the 12-day war and this one.
Would have gone 50% as far as Trump. Doesn't mean he would have gone 100%. It didn't lead to it, even though they're related. You're actually fucking retarded. I'm sorry, dog. This is an insane level of Democrat dick sucking. That's fucking crazy to me. We're literally looking at an advisor being...
The bombings empowered Israel to attack Iran. Oh, so I guess this chair here, whoever said that...
Democrat dick sucking. That's...
Do you realize that in the 12-day war, Israel bombed first, right? Israel bombed first, and then America joined in like a week into the war and then hit the nuclear sites. Like Israel was... Oh no, Bully Shill has been muted. Get fucked. Liberal, probably born in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv at the same time. Retard. And probably a settler as well.
That's fucking crazy to me. We're literally looking at an advisor being like, we would have done much the same. And you're like, well, he didn't say they do all the same things. It's crazy. What are you talking about?
There's no way.
By the way, the Biden admin defended the Mossad pager attack and the bombing of Lebanon. They defended everything Israel did, man. They defended everything Israel did.
They didn't, though. They had a huge fucking rift over the aid situation in Gaza. They had a rift over UNRWA. They had a rift over fucking... They had a rift over Rafah, that entire operation. Even the situation in Lebanon right now with this, like... Are the Democrats supporting Israel's moves on Lebanon right now? Occupying up to the Litani? I know the problem with the pager attack is that these guys literally think that they just fucking like these were just the same pagers that were being used in like hospitals. It's like fucking Dr. House and his team all getting fucking murked, and not pagers that were specifically ordered by Hezbollah to as a way to activate their soldiers without them getting intercepted by Israeli spies. Ironically.
I don't know if it means much, but didn't Kamala put up a big statement fully condemning military action in Iran? Yeah, when she's not the one leading it. Yeah, no shit. That's the point. The Democrats are happy that Trump is taking the flak. But the Biden administration and the Democrats now, both, they don't argue against the underlying logic of the Trump administration. They also think that all means are on the table when it comes to keeping Iran from developing a nuclear program, which means they're also in favor of strikes against Iran. If the Democrats believe that you should be able to do anything to prevent Iran from getting a nuke, they also agree with Trump that you should bomb Iran. Like it's a one-to-one.
Has America targeted nuclear sites in this war? That's it. Because I haven't seen that. Maybe they have. Wait, has... House of Commons. That's a reasonable source. This is from February. This is early on. This is like the first couple of days. I think maybe in the first couple of days there was something. Target the nuclear. Yeah, the nuclear program, but I'm talking about the sites. I know they targeted. Oh, there was like some. Wasn't that like an educational facility that was involved in nuclear research? Like weapon research. Undermine defenses and nuclear program. No, this is the 12-day war. They haven't been like a prominent feature for one. I know they're talking about that enriched uranium and finding that, but they haven't tried to strike that wherever it is underground. Yeah, they haven't really been a prominent feature of this war, despite the fact that there are a lot of nuclear facilities. There are some nuclear facilities, I think, in Iran that haven't been bombed at all. Huh.
Everything is on the table. That is what it will lead to. Chuck Schumer literally said Trump was tacoing out by not continuing. Yeah, no, they're so fucking bloodthirsty, man.
It's completely open. And the Americans say, no, the blockade is staying. if there's no paper, no serious negotiation on this, and we're trying to do it really quickly to assuage markets.
Iran informed Pakistan they're not going to negotiations. That's not what I saw. Although this was 19 minutes ago. Has something changed? This is Iran was yet to decide as of 19 minutes ago. Has this changed? Have they just said now that they're not going? Uh-oh. Maybe. We might be going back to it. Shit.
Then you get to these misunderstandings, and now we're in a worse position. This
Dems probably would have done the 2025 strikes. No way in hell they would have done the 2026 strikes. Get the strike closed. Do you people, okay, genuinely, do you not understand cause and effect? The reason the 2026 strikes happened was because Israel wanted to maintain pressure against Iran. The original strikes in 2025, Operation Midnight Hammer, were a deference to Israel's foreign policy interests.
It was actually because Iran said that they'd enriched the uranium up to 60%, which is something that no nation has ever done without that particular cause also bringing out the effect of them getting nuclear weapons. Like, no country has ever enriched to 60% and not gone on to get a nuclear weapon. Not that I'm aware of. Even countries that had nuclear weapons programs, I think, didn't like Switzerland or one of these European countries have a program that they admitted to later, but then even they didn't enrich to 60%. That's like, it's a crazy fucking move because you are so close from 60% to 90. Like, if once you've done 60% enrichment, you are basically, you've done 99% of the work to enrich to 90, which is weapons grade. That's why Iran got struck, because they did the most retarded fucking move that you could ever do to try and basically say, yeah, I kind of want to put you guys in a position where you feel like you have to bomb me. Tansim. Oh, the Iranian agency. Homepage. Do you think 60% justifies US strikes? Yes. Yes. That is such a fucking mental thing to do. If you are, like, if you put it alongside all of Iran's other actions with regards to nuclear and ballistic missiles and their general behavior in the region. Also, it's not just deference to Israel. The badly kept secret about that is that the entire fucking region does not want Iran to have nuclear weapons. Do you think the Gulf states are going to sit there and watch Iran get enriched to 90% or even get a weapon and not feel like they need to do something about it themselves? Like, it's quite well understood that the entire region would become less stable and more unpredictable if Iran had a nuclear weapon, because it would embolden them to pursue even more aggressive military action through their proxies. And it would also scare the living fuck out of all of the Gulf states who would probably feel like they need to get nuclear weapons as well. There's so much shit that you have to consider if you're going to, would you appeal to the Security Council? That's a really difficult one because one of the members of the Security Council is Russia, which is an ally of Iran. So when Iran was being taken to task by the Human Rights Council over their massacring of peaceful protesters against the regime, Iran, Russia, and China had representatives at the Human Rights Council saying that this is just fucking nonsense. Like, this is just like that. This is propaganda. This is like Israeli Mossad fucking. They were literally doing this at the Human Rights Council, shitting on saying that this notion shouldn't even be brought up, that they shouldn't even participate in a discussion about Iran murdering their own protesters. Like. So yeah, that's quite difficult. I don't know, what do you do when a country is literally just playing with fire, like the worst kind of fire, nuclear fire, you get what the metaphor I'm saying there. And then for one of the countries in the Security Council that can decide legally whether or not they can be struck is an ally of that, is Russia. That's a really difficult situation to be in.
2026 was a
What could justify this wider war, though, Loner? Like, literally nothing? Not very little? I don't know. Like, if there was any good reason to believe that it would actually help the protesters after they'd just had, like, one of the worst civil domestic protester massacres happen against them ever, like in the last 100 years or so, like if there was any chance that could actually help them achieve their goals relatively smoothly, like that, then maybe, but otherwise, no. But that's a catch-22 because there isn't really any kind of air operation that could achieve that thing. Just a pipe dream.
follow through from 2025. The only reason 2026 happened was because in 2025, we already indicated that we were willing to strike Iran in order to prevent them from developing nukes. The original pretext for striking in 2026 was to, again, prevent them from getting nuclear weapons. If you have already acknowledged that you cede to the logic of we can strike Iran to prevent them from getting nukes, that is where it leads to. That is where the logic leads to. Democrats already defended Israel's aggression against Syria and Lebanon. Like, the idea that Democrats would have put a hard line down here, I don't know. Would they have done things slightly differently? Sure, maybe. But like, the underlying problem, which is warring in the Middle East, would have continued. Do you not see that? The reason they did these things is preserved. It's the same idea.
Very serious issue. And I think it shouldn't take just 3 days to do a nuclear deal. It's really, really critical.
Right.
But if the straits are not opened soon...
Dems didn't even care when Israel bombed Qatar. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember what it was like in the Biden admin post-October 7th, but every day you'd wake up to a headline of Israel illegally bombing like one of 8 neighboring countries. Like Gulf states, Syria, Lebanon, Iran. It didn't matter, man. They were doing all of it.
Which Gulf state was Israel bombing? They hit Lebanon after Hezbollah fired at them. Gaza. They didn't hit Jordan. Oh, Qatar. That was under. Qatar was under Trump though. Qatar was under Trump. Am I wrong? It was under Trump. It wasn't Democrats. And also, no one supported that. Even Trump didn't support. Even Trump didn't support that. Is Yemen a Gulf state? I mean, it's usually not referred to as a Gulf state because when people think Gulf states, they think of the wealthy countries. But I thought even Vosh was in favor of stopping the Houthis because Vosh at that time was all international trade. Like that was what he was saying. Huh. I don't know.
And every day you get the fucking Department of State briefing where they would pretend to not know anything and then
defend that they don't know what the hell they're doing. Well, it was actually they don't know what the fuck they're doing, but that was actually Trump talking about Iran and Israel.
And it anyway. Like it was every day, man. Every day. It never stopped.
The leverage that they have, and my concern is no matter how the war ends, the Iranians now have a card they never had before in practice. In theory, we knew they can close the straits, but they never did. And now for the foreseeable future, they have this card against us and against their neighbors.
Why do you think President Trump isn't deploying his top diplomat and his national security advisor? Why aren't we seeing Secretary of State Rubio leading on this?
I mean, that's a mystery that I think many in the region and around the United States are asking. Why is this not being run by the Secretary of State, who's also his national security advisor? Maybe the Secretary of State doesn't believe that this is the right approach. I don't know. You have to ask him if you can get him to answer that question.
But we would love for him to join.
What's the point of him doing this interview? I don't know. Probably setting up his next lobbyist position.
I'm sure you would.
Let's
but
go.
That's a real mystery. Look, Vice President of the United States is.
But does it show? When you're going to the negotiating table, the vice president going is important because the last 2 times Witkoff and Kushner showed up with the Iranian delegation, the talks fell apart. In fact, they ended in bombing. So you need someone who wasn't there the last 2 times it failed, right?
And you need someone who is senior enough that the Iranians believe speaks for the president. So I think that it's important that the vice president or someone go. I think it would have been great if we can
Not to mention nothing outside of nuclear weapons could destroy all the Iranian enriched uranium in the mountain tunnels. Yeah, like if the Democrats agree.
That is not true. That's kind of why Israel, people like Benny Morris would always say that America needs to do that because of the massive ordnance penetrators that could do that. I don't know why you would say that only nuclear weapons could. Tactical nukes are probably the only thing that Israel can use to do it. But America has very large bombs.
That you should be able to attack Iran in order to prevent them from getting nukes. Does that not lead to continued attacks on Iran anyway?
It leads to continued attacks on the nuclear sites, Vosh, not on every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry in Tehran and across the entire country. No.
Like, doesn't that make all of this inevitable? Because we know Israel
All of
wants to
this,
attack Iran.
okay.
If the Democrats also believe it's okay to attack Iran to prevent them from getting nukes, doesn't that give them like infinite justification into the future? So Operation Midnight Hammer buried their enriched uranium. Okay, well, the excuse for the 2026 attacks was that they were also close to getting a nuclear weapon because they still had the enriched uranium. Like, wouldn't it just keep, it would just keep going. It's gonna keep going until a Democrat acknowledges that whether or not Iran gets nuclear weapons isn't our fucking business.
To a point where we have preparatory talks, and you send the vice president at the end of the process in order to
Fuck
break the
me,
logjam.
man.
Stay with us if you would. I do have to take a break, but I have more to finish on this topic.
Internationalism, baby. Oh yeah. It's not. Who gives a fuck if any country wants a nuclear weapon? International sovereignty, dude. Okay, that's a take.
On Friday of this past week, we saw the president announce 10 days of pause to halt the fighting between...
Basically, we, the liberals in chat, aren't saying Democrats aren't subservient to Israel. We are saying they're less stupid than Trump. Probably sufficiently unstupid to prevent the strikes from happening in the first place. The strikes were just too dumb. Okay, but this is like, genuinely, this is the lowest bar imaginable. And also, you're basically saying like, well, the Democrats would have raped us more like kindly, I guess. Like, the Democrats would also enable a nonstop state of war in the Middle East where Israel gets to attack their neighboring countries and Democrats lie to defend them nonstop. But at least they would have been like slightly more intelligent in their defense. If that's the best argument you have, I genuinely, and I'm not kidding, prefer the Republicans because at least they're retarded enough to make a spectacle out of it. I would rather Republicans like do the same thing but stupider, so at least everyone can pay attention to how bad it is, rather than the Democrats like ineptly, feebly going through the same, you know, rigmarole, but doing it with a modicum of competence so we get to maintain the empire for another 20 years. Like, what we're doing is bad. That Trump is doing it stupidly is, I guess, like a multiplicative factor, but the underlying equation, like, you can multiply it times 1.5 all you want. If the starting number is bad, the end number is going to be bad. We need to fix the underlying problem here, man. Like, isn't it bad that the liberal party, the Democrats, is in favor of unpopular permanent war in the Middle East to be deferential to the political and military interests of Israel? Like, isn't that bad? Is that not a concern? Isn't that illiberal? Like, at least the Republicans are doing an illiberal thing, right? Like, that's on brand for them. They're not liberals, so they're doing something illiberal. But the Democrats are also doing something illiberal, but they're supposed to be the liberals. I don't isn't that a problem for you? I don't know. I feel like the Democrats should be
I love it when
proposing some kind of meaningful alternative a little bit.
Hezbollah and Israel, which is basically linked to the big deal he really wants to get to with Iran. What do you make of this truce?
So a few things. One, I'm glad to see.
It'd be like SPD fans in the 1930s being like, well, we were going to do the Holocaust too, but we were going to do it non-violently or whatever. We were just going to deport them, not kill them. Like,
bro, what in the actual cock, man? What are we doing? Oh, it's the fucking SPD shit. Why does no one reads anything, man? What the fuck? No one reads anything. Really? Are we going to say that the Soviets and which again, the Communist Party in Germany were pro-Soviet. They were Soviet backed. They were Soviet funded. They got their fucking marching orders from the Soviets. We're going to say the Soviets were less anti-Semitic than the SPD and the fucking, what the fuck, man? Ho, 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 ho. I can't, man. It's fucking, it's crazy. It's outrageous. Where's the quote? SPD bad was the original Dems bad. Dude, it's never escaped us. Voss loves talking about the Weimar Republic. Yeah, well, you can love talking about something. Doesn't necessarily imply anything's going to follow. Where is this thing not working? Are you fucking mad? Dude, what's wrong with you? Hey, what do you want from me? Let's try this. Might have destroyed my USB drive. Nice one. Let's go. Okay. Let me see. Oh, it's there. There's a problem with this drive. No, there's not. There's never a problem. Scanning and repairing. Oh, shit. It's not even the one that has my fucking books on it. Oh god. Where's my let me see. Oh, I can get it online. This is one that you can just see in a PDF. Great job, man. I'm trying. It's okay. The editor can work with it. Yo, will you let me word search, please? The SPD gets all this fucking flack. Meanwhile, while they're still getting fucking jailed and arrested for fighting against the Nazis, you got these fucking, despite, this is the executive committee of the Comintern, this is the German Communist Party who fought against the SPD, called them the biggest enemies. Despite the fascist terror, this is after the Enabling Act, so the Nazis are full on running the show now. Despite the fascist terror, the revolutionary upturn in Germany will inexorably grow. The mass's defense against fascism will also inexorably grow. The establishment of an openly fascist dictatorship, which has shattered every democratic, appropriate, illusion in the masses and is liberating the masses from the influence of the Social Democrats, is accelerating the tempo of Germany's development towards a proletarian revolution. They held by this for at least 2 years. At least until like 1935, they held by this position. Ratified it.
And then people in the subreddit and chat are like, well, it would have been better than what the Nazis did. Like, yeah, I guess. I don't know if that's a good position to start from.
That the fire is halted, even if it's a pause. The worrisome part is that it was seen as a ceasefire that was brokered by Iran by insisting on a Lebanese ceasefire before they would show up to talks in Pakistan. That's a disaster because the one thing we have always been emphasizing, Iran does not control Lebanon. It has none of their business what happens in Lebanon. Hezbollah has been unmasked in this conflict over the last couple of years as not really a Lebanese fighting organization or terrorist organization as they claim, but rather they said we are doing this at the behest of the Iranians. And
this is just a lie, but it's good to hear the Democrats
lie?
repeating the same lies that Israel and the Republicans do. Hezbollah is the de facto military of Lebanon.
That's a way to put it. They're the de facto military of Lebanon. That's a take. That's like saying Israel is the fucking de facto military of the West Bank. Like, that doesn't make any, what the fuck, man? Israel's the de facto military of Palestine. What? Excuse me.
And the Republic. Just a lie, but it's good to hear the Democrats repeating the same lies that Israel and the Republicans do. Hezbollah is the de facto military of Lebanon, formed because the Lebanese government is inept and weak, and also because Israel keeps fucking invading Lebanon. So for him to repeat that, like, again, the underlying logic remains the same, doesn't it? Whether it's Republican or Democrat, the logic here is, well, attacking Hezbollah isn't really attacking Lebanon, you know? Yeah, it might be an army hundreds of thousands of people strong that defends and represents the interests of the majority of Lebanon, and
Bro! Kyle did this as well. Why? Why are people allowed to get away with this fucking shit? Why are people so fucking like brazen with this shit? The majority of the people in Lebanon, how is that? What do you know about Lebanon, mate? What the fuck? The majority of bro. The majority of Shiites, like who make up a third of Lebanon, like, and not even all of them anymore. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh god, you can look at you can find polls on this, like from not even that long ago. Lebanon poll, Hezbollah weapons. Why do you know Lebanon's like a democracy, right? Like, as in at least more so than its neighbors. How are they able to have a president and a prime minister both who agree that Hezbollah's military should be illegal? Like, how does that happen if Hezbollah represents the majority of the people in Lebanon or their interests? No, it fucking doesn't. You can ask Lebanese people if you ever give a fuck, if you ever care about them. Lebanon wants state control of weapons. Do you believe that Lebanese army should be the only group allowed to maintain weapons in Lebanon or not? 79% yes, 19% no. This is summer last year. This is after the pager operation. This is after Israel's incursion into Lebanon in the south. This is after they razed full fucking villages to the ground. Lebanon does not want Hezbollah because people understand. People in Lebanon, for the most part, are quite aware that the reason Israel keeps coming into fucking Lebanon is because Hezbollah keeps firing at Israel. Dude. Only Lebanese Shia oppose disarming non-state actors. Do you believe that the Lebanese army should be the only group allowed to maintain weapons in Lebanon or not? 79% yes, 92% Christians, 89 Druze, 87 Sunni, and 27 Shia. Even the Shiites, man, like this used to be like 85, 90 Shia approval of, even Shia approval of Hezbollah is declining. Even though Hezbollah are literally like, to some Shiites, the only fucking lifeline that they've ever had in terms of domestic policy, like welfare and things like that. Man, holy fuck! What are we doing? In case Vaush ever comes across, I have no idea if he would ever watch my content, but in case people are wondering, like, why Sunnis, why Sunni Muslims are basically almost the same level of disapproval for Hezbollah as Christians are, that's because Hezbollah helped Assad murder like hundreds of thousands of Sunnis in Syria. Like Hezbollah have a huge fucking rift with and a huge lasting lingering fear of Sunni extremism, and obviously that results in them being quite harsh to Syrian refugees, Sunnis who oppose them. They literally fucking assassinated a Sunni prime minister in 2005 for opposing them and for opposing Syrian occupation. Why do people do this, man? It's so fucking stupid. Why are people allowed to get away with this idea that Hezbollah, like, literally might makes right? Oh, they're the strongest fighting force in Lebanon. That means that we must assume that they represent the interests of the majority of Lebanese. Holy fuck! Dude! Pew or someone else just released a new poll, or someone that confirmed the same thing. It's been this case. It's been this way for so long. I think maybe just after October 7th, you had like some Sunnis and Christians in larger numbers kind of be like, hey, there's, supporting the Palestinians. That was it, though. It was immediately fucking downhill after that, because again, he was saying that like Hezbollah exists because Israel can't stop invading Lebanon. Okay, follow that logic then. Why did Hezbollah continue attacking after Israel left Lebanon? Why? The UN drew a blue line and they said, this is Lebanon, this is Israel. And then the IDF went all the way past the blue line. They even had to fucking take down a fence of one of their northern communities and just move it a few meters to the south just to make sure everything was across the blue line. And Hezbollah still kept firing. They still kept firing. Assuming the military represents the people is pretty fashy, not going to lie. Well, ironically, the Lebanese army is actually one of the most popular institutions in Lebanon, because it's one of the few things that the Lebanese government actually has sovereignty over, like, completely. Like, it's authentically Lebanese, like the Lebanese army. It's actually also overrepresents Shiites as well. Shiites are in the army as well, like in larger numbers than they are representing the entire population. But again, no one gives a fuck. Like, and the only reason, by the way, that Hezbollah were the only group that was excluded from the Taif Agreement in '89, the group that disarmed all the other non-state factions and militias, it was because they couldn't be disarmed, because they were too strong, and because Iran made them strong enough to do that. Ugh.
The official Lebanese government is too weak to do anything about it. And, in large part, power...
The Lebanese government, Israel doesn't want to fight the Lebanese government, though. That's why they're talking right now. That's why they signed a ceasefire deal that was probably one of the most generous ceasefire deals in favor of the attacker, or the, I guess, like the occupier or whatever, that you'll ever... There's no... Like, look, this was the result of the talks between the government and Israel in Lebanon. Following productive direct talks on April 14th between the governments of the Republic of Lebanon, hereinafter Lebanon, and the State of Israel, brokered by the United States of America, Lebanon and Israel have reached an understanding in which both nations will work to create conditions conducive to lasting peace between the two countries, full recognition of each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and establishing genuine security along their shared border while preserving Israel's inherent right to self-defense. Now, this is that sentence is very, very strategically placed, as we're about to find out. Both countries recognize the significant challenges faced by the Lebanese state from non-state armed groups, which undermine Lebanon's sovereignty and threaten regional stability. Both countries understand that those groups' activities must be curtailed, such that the only forces authorized to bear arms in Lebanon will be the Lebanese Armed Forces, Internal Security Forces, Directorate of General Security, General Directorate of State Security, Lebanese Customs, and Municipal Police, hereinafter Lebanon Security Forces. Israel and Lebanon affirm that the two countries are not at war and commit to engaging in good faith direct negotiations facilitated by the United States, with the objective of achieving a comprehensive agreement that ensures lasting security, stability, and peace. But I know why. The reason people like Vosh or Kyle can probably get around this is I would imagine if it's all heuristics with these people. That's why they say these things that are literally based on fucking nothing, right? I think it's. Do you think there are people who just believe that the Lebanese government are like dictators? Like they're just appointed by the United States, like the same way Al-Sisi is in Egypt, or like just some military industrial complex backed like junta leader? Do you think that's why they believe that? Like, do they just not know? Do they just not know that Lebanon's prime minister and president are they're the product of a democratic process? So how could if Hezbollah actually represented the desires of most Lebanese people, then you would never. Why would you have a president and prime minister, both of whom agree Hezbollah should be disarmed? Why? How? Israel and Lebanon affirm that the two countries are not at war. Okay. To that end, the United States understands the following. Israel and Lebanon will implement a cessation of hostilities beginning on April 16th, 2026, for an initial period of 10 days as a gesture of goodwill by the government of Israel intended to enable good faith negotiations toward a permanent security and peace agreement between Israel and Lebanon. This initial period may be extended by mutual agreement between Lebanon and Israel if progress is demonstrated in the negotiations and as Lebanon effectively demonstrates its ability to assert its sovereignty. Israel shall preserve its right to take all necessary. This is the bit that you will never see in a ceasefire agreement, like for another 100 years, right? Israel shall preserve its right to take all necessary measures in self-defense at any time against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks. This shall not be impeded by the cessation of hostilities. This is a ceasefire deal negotiated between the Israeli and Lebanese governments, brokered by the United States, that is saying that Israel reserves the right to strike if they believe an attack is being planned. Not imminent, okay? Not necessarily, just planned. Like if some fucking Hezbollah dudes get round a round table in fucking, I don't even know, like in Binge Bail or whatever, and they say, yeah, let's get some rockets. Let's, what do you think? Get for some rockets? Yeah, right, maybe. We know, yeah. Good idea. Israel can bomb them in the middle of a ceasefire, per the terms. This is how fucked Hezbollah are. This is how much no one likes them in the region. Like, no one wants them. The Lebanese government doesn't want them. The Americans don't like them. The Israelis don't like them. The fucking Syrians absolutely don't like them. Bro. Besides this, it will not carry out any offensive military operations against Lebanese targets, including civilian, military, and other state targets in the territory of Lebanon by land, air, and sea. Is Learner Box Arab? Just the good half. On April 16th from 2026, forward with international support, the government of Lebanon will take meaningful steps to prevent Hezbollah and all other rogue non-state armed groups in the territory of Lebanon from carrying out any attacks, operations, or hostile activities against Israeli targets. All parties recognize Lebanon's security forces as having exclusive responsibility for Lebanon's sovereignty and national defense. No other country or group has claimed to be the guarantor of Lebanon's sovereignty. Israel and Lebanon request that the United States facilitate further direct negotiations between the two countries with the objective of resolving all remaining issues, including demarcation of the international land boundary, with a view to concluding a comprehensive agreement that ensures lasting security, stability, and peace between the two countries. The United States understands that the above commitments will be accepted by Israel and Lebanon concurrently with this announcement. These commitments are designed to create the conditions necessary for good faith negotiations towards enduring peace and security. The United States further intends to lead international efforts to support Lebanon as a component of its broader effort to advance stability and prosperity in the region. Dude, what the fuck? What are we doing, man? What is this? What is this madness? Hezbollah is literally the Azov battalion. The Lebanese government doesn't like them because they're showing how inept they are at defending their country. It's so fucking retarded, Matt. How the fuck is Hezbollah defending Lebanon? How? Rest assured, if you're in Beirut and there's a fucking bomb going off next to you, rest assured that Hezbollah will fire some rockets back from the south, most of which will miss. And then their top generals will just run around and fucking hide in other communities, taking Israeli intelligence and fucking drones with them. Like, come on, man. Holy shit.
Legitimacy in governments derives from a monopoly on the ability to commit violence. But, forget all of that. They're fake. It's like a fake group. Just a few 100,000 people and a bunch of weapons.
Why 100,000 people? Dude, Hezbollah, I think upper estimates don't put them above like 50,000 fighters. I don't know why hundreds of thousands, but okay. Maybe he's talking about the Shia population in general, but
rockets and missiles and stuff. Don't worry about it,
Allowing the Iranians to dictate terms is not a good thing. However, direct talks between Israel, even at the lower level, at the ambassador level, is a good development.
Which congressman is this guy? Moderate Orthodox, born in Jerusalem, worked as a lobbyist and consultant for a Houston-based fossil fuel company. Been in and out of Democrat administrations for 20 years. Advised the Biden administration from the Department of Energy, close confidant of Biden throughout his presidency, now works as a...
this fucking sleight of hand is so stupid as well. This idea that like Hezbollah only exists because of Israeli occupation. Mehdi Hassan does this as well, and he knows he's doing it because he's just a very fucking talented slime fuck. Like this idea that if there's, why did Israel go into Lebanon in 78 when there was no Hezbollah? Oh yeah, well that's because the PLO were attacking Israel. Like, they literally sent fucking dudes in. Fatah, actually, sent people in and massacred a bunch of fucking civilians on a bus just north of Tel Aviv. That's why Israel went into Lebanon the first time. Like, the common denominator there is there are groups in Lebanon, either Hezbollah or the PLO, at what part or the other, that is launching attacks from Lebanon into Israel. Without that there, Israel doesn't go into Lebanon. Why would they?
A senior manager at some hedge fund. Yeah, the least corrupt Democrat consultant.
It's that fucking innate Jewish desire. That's what it is. It's that pressing Jewish desire to govern the city of Zidon, to govern fucking Bint Jbeil, to govern Marun al Ras. Yeah, that's what every Israeli in the north yearns for Marun al Ras.
Yet found. We found the most ethical, least compromised Democratic consultant.
Most of the Lebanese people want to see a lasting ceasefire. Even if they don't want to see a peace agreement, they want to see end of conflict. But we have to have a serious effort here. There's such a great moment of opportunity. It will not be a moment of opportunity if Israel is occupying a significant part of Lebanon to reestablish a buffer zone.
I mean, without Iran's weapons, what would Hezbollah be? An army of hundreds of thousands of people with lots of weapons.
Why 100? What the fuck, man? Oh, God.
Sure what you mean. Like, Iran does back Hezbollah, but the idea that Hezbollah exists only because of Iran is just factually incorrect. They exist because Israel invaded Lebanon. Like, they formed because Israel invaded Lebanon and were forced to leave.
I mean, the only reason Hezbollah were able to survive the Taif agreement was probably because of Iran, no? You think, how else would they have managed to get a hold of so much weaponry and training? Like, they were literally formed in Lebanon by like IRGC men. Like, there were IRGC men who went to Lebanon to help the likes of Nasrallah and the other founding figures of Hezbollah to actually get started and give them training. And you can tell because the Amal movement that came before Hezbollah were nothing like that. Like, they were just whatever. Fuck. I think even compared to the Houthis, like the Hezbollah literally pledges allegiance to Iran. Like, dude.
Leave. Thank you, Reagan.
That won't work because ultimately that will help Hezbollah reestablish its political footing and their narrative. So we have to get to the table, make sure Israel withdraws from Lebanon, stop the fighting, and give the actual help to Lebanon.
Right. I'm curious why Vosh would have this position, because I seem to remember Vosh being very anti-Assad and also anti-Russia. Does he not know that Hezbollah literally joined in the Syrian civil war to help Assad stay in power? That they took a pretty disconnected and pretty fucking stretched thin, poorly trained Syrian army and gave them training, filled in logistical gaps, helped lead operations, helped them with fucking sieges, actually helped them in a few crucial battles that might have cost Assad, if not the entire war, definitely like a large piece of territory and a large piece of military contiguity. They might have even lost parts of Damascus if Hezbollah hadn't been there in the early years of the war. And obviously Russia joined in as well on that side too. Yeah, I really do wonder. What about the demolitions in the area? Does this speak to a desire to remain and rebuild? I don't think so, no. I think it speaks to a desire to basically to say that like this current Israeli government basically thinks that you cannot have security in Israel without just whilst Shiites still live like near the fucking border. Like that's a that's probably how they see it. What have we, you know? Breaking ceasefire news. Statement of Donald J. Trump, President, excuse me. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade in all other respects, remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted. And discussions are concluded one way or the other. President Donald J. Trump, look at him go, Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. But they're keeping up the blockade. Kicking the can down the road, shall we say. Sheet.
To disarm Hezbollah. They
Which is
cannot
what
do
I
it on
asked
their own.
Ambassador Waltz on that. Can they do that? And to be clear, the Israelis have said not only that they're going to stay in southern Lebanon.
They're also very much an Iranian proxy. Both labels are true. I feel like calling Hezbollah an Iranian proxy is like calling Ukraine an American proxy. Like, they receive our weapons and training, and, you know, not as much as I'd like, but they do receive our weapons and training. And also there's like a shared geopolitical interest, but
And the Ukraine's typically swears allegiance to the United States and to the president and quotes him every time he's got... No! That's not the same. And also, Ukraine's a sovereign nation with a sovereign military. Like, they've got their own army and shit. Hezbollah are a proxy. They're not the Lebanese state. They're not the Lebanese government. They're not the Lebanese army. They're not that. They're a different they're a militia. They're a very, very fucking large militia. That's it. And they're only able to be a militia of that size. They're only allowed to have an army of that size because of Iranian support. Lebanon won't be allowed an army, will it, Vosh? Dude, these people, man.
the impetus from the Ukrainians to defend themselves would exist whether or not America had anything to do with it. Likewise,
It's
with
an ally, not a proxy. Why did... Well, yeah, someone, hey, Dream Canoe, let's go. Hezbollah has literal IRGC officers in their structures. Their founding involved IRGC people like going to Lebanon to train the people and to help them set up the movement.
Hezbollah has literal IRGC officers in the structures. Yeah, and Ukraine is...
Yeah, and they're CIA guys going around. It's not this. Oh, God, it's not the same. It's not even fucking slightly the same, man.
Direct training from NATO officers. I'm just saying that the impetus from Hezbollah and the Lebanese people to defend themselves against Israel exists whether or not Iran supplies them with arms or people. Like, it's just a fact, you know?
But also take some of the territory that they had seized after Assad fell in Syria. So it's a serious negotiation that happens.
This is a tactical victory for Israel.
It's interesting because when Hezbollah were formed in their early Hezbollah haven't changed all that much ideologically, apart from when it comes to Lebanese nationalism. One area where they did change was that Hezbollah initially basically followed the Iranian line, which was that the Iranian revolution was going to be exported, as in they were going to spread the revolution across what they call the Ummah, like the Muslim nation. Hezbollah initially were talking about an Islamic Lebanon. So when you walked around the streets in like southern Lebanon and in the Bekaa, and even in southern Beirut, when you did that, like in the 80s, these areas looked almost exactly like the places in Iran, as in like pictures of the Ayatollah everywhere. They had their own equivalent of the morality police. They were talking about an Islamic state of Lebanon that would be a proxy and an ally of Iran, like the whole country. But then, and they had chance, like they would literally. That's why also a lot of their lefty fucking potential allies were murdered by Hezbollah. A lot of their first victims when it came to political internal violence were they were left-wingers because one of their big slogans was like neither America nor communism, like as in Arabic it was more catchy. But that's one thing that they deviated from later on because they started to accept that, especially after the civil war ended and after the Taif agreement, that Hezbollah did not have the strength to take over all of Lebanon and turn it into an Islamic state. So they appealed more to nationalism, and because Israel was occupying the country, they appealed to national sentiment and said, we are defending the nation of Lebanon against foreign aggression, against Zionist aggression. And then that was when Hezbollah started to become more moderate on issues like the national pact in Lebanon. They used to oppose it completely. And then by the 2000s, Nasrallah is giving interviews saying he's actually don't really have any big plans for they don't have any big plans for going against the national pact. They were okay with it. They were going to at least live with it. But no, not in the beginning. In the beginning, they were trying to export the Iranian Revolution across all of Lebanon. They wanted Lebanon to be like Iran.
Lead once again an overreach that will lead them to lose more ground.
I want to ask you, as a Democrat, there was this extraordinary vote this past week in the Senate. 40 Senate Democrats tried to block a U.S. weapons sale to Israel. And that adds to this growing rift we have seen between your party and Benjamin Netanyahu. Do you think Democrats are going to come to regret this break in the alliance?
So I hope that it's not a break in the alliance. I think what it really demonstrates is for the last several years, Prime Minister Netanyahu has sacrificed Israel's interest in the United States. The most important asset Israel has is not its military or its intelligence.
The framing? Yeah, the framing there was crazy. Do you think Americans will come to regret not supporting Israel? What the fuck do you mean by that? Hey, what the fuck do you mean? Excuse me. Who's the fucking superpower here? I'm sorry. Do you think Democrats will come to regret no longer defying the wishes of their constituency by supporting a tiny ethno-state in the Middle East that has like 1/20th the population of the United States and is totally dependent on American aid and political support? You think we'll regret that?
It's the special relationship with the United States that has been bipartisan for so many decades. He has destroyed that because he has decided to become not just part of the Republican Party, but he's decided to become just an appendage of Donald Trump. And so
oh yeah, that's the problem with Israel. It's that Netanyahu's gone Republican. Hey, I wonder why Biden was so deferential to him then. You know,
they literally fought all the fucking time. The initial Israeli idea on October 7th to respond was to do what they're doing now in Lebanon, was to go for a full-scale war against Hezbollah as well as Hamas, like to quote unquote deter them. And it was actually Blinken that in large part, I think mostly, was the one who talked them out of doing it.
This is
Whereas Bibi loves Donald Trump. Oh my God, those guys are fucking besties.
Naked cowardice of a person whose only job is to make sure the Democrats remain complicit as well. It's totally like, get us someone other than Netanyahu who will do a better job of respecting the bipartisan consensus of American deference to Israel, you know?
Democrat now sees if you want to be Trump, great. If we're anti-Trump, then by de facto, we are against you. I think this is a lot to do with Bibi Netanyahu and his extremist right-wing government and not to do with Israel. Look, you have half of Israel is voting.
Of course he's saying that, even though the entire government is far right.
Against Bibi.
Yeah.
So I think this Democrat should be aligning.
Why do you torture yourself watching this? Because I'm not going to be satisfied until everyone who watches me understand that everything happening right now would be happening if Kamala Harris won. All of the underlying everything. Not exactly the same, but fundamentally the same. And if you can't see the difference between those two things, I genuinely don't think you're mature enough to understand the content that I produce in this channel. Because I keep having arguments about.
Oh shit! I was inclined to disagree with that particular take, that it would all be the same under the Democrats, but fuck, now that you say that I lack the maturity, oh no, I don't want to be perceived that way. What if I want the maturity? Oh no. I guess if you put it that way, I tend to want to agree with you. Shit. Got him.
About this, where
minimum, thanks for the dono. How optimistic are you in regards to the Israeli-Lebanese peace talks? Is my government stupid enough to screw up striking a deal with maybe the most peace-forward Lebanese government ever? Yes, they are. Also, majority of Lebanese people want to disarm Hezbollah. That's true, despite what our Middle East connoisseur Ian Wałczynski is saying. But the majority of Lebanese people also oppose normalization with Israel. They don't want that. It's like less than a fifth of them support that. I think there's a problem where, like, the Israeli right wingers just get so fucking deranged and tunnel visioned about this idea that they can like force is like the only answer to fucking everything. And if they just put like, oh, security zone in the south, that's the only priority they come up with, they are not going to be able to reconcile that desire with the stability of the Lebanese government, and tying this idea of like Israeli buffer zones taking up 5 to 10% of the country, or Israeli normalization being tied to disarming Hezbollah. This is only going to hurt the Lebanese government and eventually get them kicked out. You don't need, like, Lebanese people don't need to like Hezbollah to hate Israel. Like, they don't need that. They tend to hate Israel and they hate Hezbollah. That's the majority Lebanese opinion. So yeah, I think it's probably more likely than not that the Israeli government will probably kill that goodwill, and the next Lebanese government will just be, they might not be Hezbollah friendly, but they will definitely be less Israel friendly. Like the last time you had a Lebanese government like this was probably Hariri, and he got killed by Syria, Hezbollah, Iran, whatever the fuck. I think they were kind of all in on it. ZJM, thanks for the dono. $5. Really appreciate that. Let me find some more. Mina with the tier 4 sub. Hello, hello. Barbas, thanks for the $5. Lorna Box is going to suffer from an utterly apocalyptic cortisol spike at this rate. I'm having fun. What? Black pilled Kiwi. Thanks for the 5 New Zealand. Thanks for the 10 New Zealand. I'm not crazy enough to follow Vosh into his analysis, but trying to argue that the 12-day strikes aren't relevant to this current crisis is dumb. Trump got away with hitting the material and thought he could go further than that when convinced by Netanyahu. No Dem would believe that fucker. I'm sorry, like, if you want to change the entire argument that was being made, obviously it would be different, but Vosh was saying that because some Democrats, not even all of them, some Democrats support the 12-day war, that means they would also support this one. That's the argument that Vosh is making. Like, they're not saying that the two things are completely irrelevant. Of course they're relevant to one another. They're the same country, bombing the same country. Fuck. Stop doing this. Stop serving this Mott and Bailey bullshit. Barbas, thanks for $5. Which way, Western man? Believing Kamala Harris or believing Vosh's majestic, well-combed beard and mustache? It is very well-combed. I don't know how he does that, because I do try to use a comb on mine when it's growing out, but it just never... Whatever he's doing, I don't know what it is. Henrik, Botman, Toby, ZJM, and Bunnies, all thank you so much for the various subs. Wow. Tier 4, Tier 2, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 1. Wow. The goal is 4 off, you guys. 4 off. Get it.
People are like, if Kamala Harris was a president, then this little thing would have been different. Yeah, but the nation of the United States has been on a long terminal decline for decades, and it's not been up to the whims of the President Trump, okay? It has been a product of a bipartisan consensus and certain policy decisions, one of which being our deference to Israel.
With Israel, not with Bibi. But I think this is a very big wake-up call this week, that vote.
Significant vote.
Disgusting. Well, anyway, I fucking told you.
He did tell us. He told us so many things. Fuck me, man. You can't say he didn't tell you. That much is true, man. It's funny when people are talking about Hezbollah, and yeah, I bookmarked a few of these as well, like all the videos of Hezbollah parading their dead around the country. Polls from 2025 show 79% of Lebanese support disarming Hezbollah. Only 17% support normalization with Israel. Yeah, that's what I said. Lebanon's a flawed democracy. Public opinion there matters. If the US focuses on steps to disarm Hezbollah, these steps would enjoy popular support and political backing. Steps such as removing from the judiciary, military, security services, port authority, border crossings, etc., officials who serve Hezbollah and disobey the state. Bolstering LAF capabilities as Lebanese armed forces deploy across the country, financial and legal reforms to help dry Hezbollah's illicit economy. Oh yeah, they sell drugs a lot, as well as there's at least some Hezbollah top officials who have been caught human trafficking, particularly in Syria, and refugee women. Pushing for demarcation of the Syria-Lebanon border, specifically the Sheba Farms area. Oh yeah. Battling corruption to ensure no reconstruction funds are siphoned off by political parties, including Hezbollah, once those are granted. garnering vows of Gulf countries to reconstruct Lebanon once Hezbollah is disarmed. This was a condition they already placed in 2024, but should be made publicly with numbers attached to pledges. The US should focus on a new security agreement between Israel and Lebanon, which would include border demarcation to end Hezbollah's silly claims about occupied lands. By the way, anyone who ever brings up Sheba farms as an excuse for Hezbollah to do what they're doing is completely fucking retarded, and you should just ignore everything they have to say about Lebanon, okay? Heads up. What does demarcation mean? Demarcation? I'll show you what demarcation means. Sometimes there are countries that don't like each other, okay? And they're kind of like say this is one country, and here's another country. But this country is like, I like this little bit. And they're like, oh, let's fight here. Brr, brr, brr. And then this one is occupying like this whole bit here. And they're oh. And then sometimes another party or the countries involved or the UN or whatever will eventually need to be like, guys, okay, listen, let's go back. Let's look at the French colonial maps or the British colonial maps or the imperial maps of the Ottomans or the fucking British or whatever else. Or let's look at the ethnography. Let's look at the mapographers, the cartographers, that's what they're called. And okay, right. So we can conclude that about here, we're going to put a little blue line. This is the UN doing their, because they like blue lines. This is the border, okay? You get that. Here, fucking do that. I don't know how this happened, but it's real, okay? The world approves. And they're like, there's your new borders, okay? Get fucked. The problem with Lebanon is the following. Yes, demarcation is when map men draw lines, yes. And then people respect the fuck out of those lines. Otherwise, there'll be an assembly resolution against them. They'll get strongly worded letters. The problem with Lebanon and Hezbollah and demarcation and all that shit is the following. First of all, Lebanon and Israel never really had a very great border to begin with because the French were just not as good at drawing lines on maps as the British were. So since the 48 war, actually, there were quite a few villages here that Lebanon or Palestinians or Israelis or whatever like would argue about what belonged to whom. Okay, but that's basically been resolved. In '67, when Syria, Jordan, and Egypt had fought with Israel, Israel occupied the Golan Heights, and the Golan Heights entails this little bit here, which is a formerly Syrian bit of land called the Sheba Farms. Now, to call them farms anymore is kind of generous. It's just like it's like a very small kind of like barren bit of land, but Sheba is also like a little town in Lebanon, like somewhere around here, can't remember. But there are people from this place when Syria, so pre-67, when Syria had sovereignty over this area, the people who lived around this border community would sometimes come to the Sheba Farms, and the people who lived in the Sheba Farms, very few of them, had more of them had Lebanese passports than Syrian. So it was always a bit of a weird one because there's never been any decisive like French map that demarcated Lebanon from Syria. So many years go by. Israel still holds the Golan Heights, including the Sheba Farms. Hezbollah are on the scene. But also from the 80s onwards, Israel is occupying like this little bit here of Lebanon as well. It's not actually that little. It's quite big. They're occupying this. And then in 2000, under Ehud Barak, they decide to completely withdraw. They completely withdraw from Lebanon. But where is Lebanon? Where is the line? We don't actually have there's no final decision on where the line is. So the UN gets together, they consult all their little fucking maps. I think they looked at like 25 French, Syrian, British maps. And they decide that this line here is going to be the border between Israel and Lebanon, this blue line here. And this blue line is respected so fucking hard that Israel has like a few towns around here, particularly. One of them had a fence that was like a few meters across the line. And they literally had to pull down the fence and move it a little bit to the east and to the south to just keep within this blue line. So they're at the blue line, but the problem is that this blue line puts the Sheba farms, as did most of these maps, puts the Sheba farms in Syrian territory. And the Lebanese government, a few Lebanese politicians, and especially Hezbollah said, well, sorry, but the UN, you haven't resolved the Sheba farms. That's Lebanese land. And at one point, the Syrian foreign minister also said that this is Lebanese land. But Assad said it's not. So you have mixed messages coming from the Syrian government on where this actually goes. The people who are tied to the Sheba farms, I guess, like historically, are easily more likely Lebanese than Syrian. Like this place should have gone to Syria at some point. But now that it's Israeli occupied and it's Syria's sovereign territory, according to the UN, the only way that this goes back to anyone is if, one, Israel gets a peace deal with Syria and they give it up, and then Syria, formally, not just a fucking foreign minister in a press interview, hands it over officially to Lebanon. That's how that would have to get resolved. So that's the Sheba farms. That's what demarcation is very important in these territories. And that's why, and Hezbollah uses this as their excuse, by the way. Hezbollah says that the Sheba farms is why Israel still occupies Lebanon and that we're still okay to fight them, even though most Hezbollah rockets don't go here. They go around here. But on October 8th, interestingly, the first place that Hezbollah struck was the Sheba farms because there are Israeli military installations and a couple of soldiers will patrol around here. So that's the first place that Hezbollah fired rockets on was Sheba farms. But long story short, it's an excuse. That's all it is. It's still officially Syrian land occupied by Israel. And the Syrian government has never officially handed it over to Lebanon. So any resolution on the Sheba farms is going to have to be an agreement that takes place between Israel, Syria, and Lebanon. They're going to have to decide what happens to this. The UN, though, has said that the border is here. See that? The UN decided that Sheba is not Lebanese when they drew this line. The farms, I mean. Anyway, boom. Shit. That's what she means by... This is a she, right? Yeah. That's what she means by silly claims about occupied lands. Steps towards normalization will reduce the political support for any negotiations with Israel, especially the crucial support of Nabi Berri. Such steps, is it like 5 square kilometers tops? More closer to 20, 15, 20? Such steps would also destabilize and weaken the Lebanese government, which is committed to working on Hezbollah's disarmament after the militia dragged the country into 2 destructive wars in the span of 3 years. You know who this is? She was kidnapped by, Khatib Hezbollah, not the, you mean Khatib Hezbollah, right? Not like just recently? Still an Iranian proxy, but it's not the same as Hezbollah in Lebanon. Once Hezbollah is disarmed and Israel no longer occupies Lebanese land, all actors involved can decide whether to pursue normalization. The law banning contact, even with ordinary Israelis, is draconic and harmful. But linking normalization to Hezbollah's disarmament helps Hezbollah, since normalization is deeply unpopular among the Lebanese population. I mean, that's just true. Like, they shouldn't be trying to do normalization. Like, not now. As cute as that would be. Man, it's funny that, like, on one side, you've got all these people like Vosh, Kalinsky, whatever else, like saying that acting like Hezbollah represents popular will in Lebanon, or that they're, I mean, everyone basically is saying they're defenders of Lebanon. Like, so many people saying that. Despite that, Memory TV are having a fucking field day with this shit. With all these Lebanese pundits, politicians, analysts, whatever, shitting on Hezbollah.
بس آخر مجموعة في هذا الكوكب لا حق تعيرنا أو حتى تسألنا عن مسألة الذهاب إلى السلام هي حزب الله. ليه؟ لأنه المجموعة اللي ما بتسألك لما تروح تعمل حرب.
Did they not say ليش? They say ليه?
هي حزب الله.
ليه؟ ليه? Man, fucking dialects, dude. Just chopping off all the shit.
إنه المجموعة اللي ما بتسألك لما تروح تعمل حرب ما بتنسأل لما تروح أنت تعمل سلام. أنا اليوم اسمح لي أشكر حزب الله.
That's the Gaelish. ليه؟ Yes. I hope so.
عن مسألة الذهاب إلى السلام هي حزب الله. ليه؟ لأنه المجموعة اللي ما بتسألك لما تروح تعمل حرب ما بتنسأل لما تروح أنت تعمل سلام. أنا اليوم اسمح لي أشكر حزب الله.
Oh no.
أنت تسألني ليه بدي أشكر حزب الله؟ لأنه ولا ممكن كانت الدولة اللبنانية تروح على خيار سلام بهذه الجرأة لولا فشل وغباء وإجرام حزب الله. ولا ممكن.
My Lebanese American friend pronounces falafel as falafel. Is this how it's pronounced there or in a certain region, or is he just diaspora brained? Falafel? There are lots of words that that are usually, like in Lebanon, they turn a lot of as into a's. That's all I remember. So that maybe.
أستاذ مارسيل نحن ليه عم نعمل سلام؟ اليوم ليه بدنا نعمل سلام؟
Like he's saying,
لنرجع الأرض.
like I think if he's saying peace, there's salam. It would normally be. Wait,
اليوم
is
ليه
it?
بدنا نعمل
It would normally be salam, right? Not salam. Is that like a Lebanism? A Lebanism.
سلام لنرجع الأرض اللي فاتت عليها إسرائيل من وراء حروب حزب الله ولنوقف القتل الناس اللي عم بتموت تحديدا من أهلنا من الجنوب اللي عم ينقتلوا من وراء حروب حزب الله ولنرجع الأسرى اللي اعتقلوا من وراء فشل حزب الله بالميدان. نحن كل هول إنجازات حزب الله اللي عم نضطر اليوم نروح نقعد حتى مع حكومة متطرفة يمينيا بإسرائيل لحتى عفوا بالكلمة ننظف وراهم من وراء اللي هن عملوه فينا. بقولوا لك قال
Is this fucking host's entire job to go ooh? Is he just a fucking? They need to give him a soundboard every time this guy talks. Hezbollah crashing out type shit, and then the host is just like ooh.
حتى مع حكومة متطرفة يمينيا بإسرائيل لحتى عفوا بالكلمة ننظف وراهم من وراء اللي هن عملوه فينا. بقولوا لك قال هذه بحاجة إلى إجماع. أنتوا حرب كرمال الخامنئي مش بحاجة لإجماع ورئيس الجمهورية اللبناني يروح يفاوض نيابة عن لبنان بحاجة.
They do that as well. Is that another thing? Like, when I hear other Arabs talk about Lebanon, they call it Lubnan, but he's saying Lebanon. Yeah, fucking weird.
لإجماع.
And we get it, bro. You're trying to be unique, okay? Cool, cute. Was this the guy did he speak on Piers Morgan? Isn't this the guy? Link, please. Oh. Wait, why? What are you doing with this information? Which people call it Palestine? Like all of them? That's just the Arabic word. How do they pronounce Labni? Like that. That's how my dad says it anyway. Although it's a bit more punchy. Isn't this the guy, chat? Okay. Wasn't this the guy? He was on Piers Morgan, wasn't he? Was he? Why do I feel like I recognize his face? That's not him. That's all Jewish. Oh, that's Yishai. Oh, shit. Yishai was on Piers Morgan. Nice. Okay. Crazy fuck. Morandi. God, he loves taking fucking Morandi on. Wait, is it Morandi or Mardani? I can't remember. I think it's Morandi.
This is the scene of the...
Who's this? That's Harry and Meghan. Definitely not that. Didn't that Lebanese guy, did he not go on to talk to Piers? He's on with other Lebanese women. Wait, what? Who are these people? What the fuck? Is it here? That's Mehdi and some fucking dude. This is when Mehdi Hassan said it was actually Zionists who introduced terrorism to the Middle East. There was no terrorism in the Middle East before the Irgun and Lehi. Based. He's in the second. What? What second thumbnail? He's not in this thumbnail. The Lebanese guy that we just saw. No. No, not Miranda, you idiot. I'm looking for the Lebanese dude. Wasn't he on Pierce? Am I dreaming this? What the fuck? Where? It must have been recent because they didn't have their fucking ceasefire until... Dude. MTG? Yeah, there's an X post. Oh, maybe it's not up yet. Wait, let's just see. Let's scan through the entire thing. Can you film search? I'm not going to film search for an Arab name. Unless he's called like fucking Paul or some shit. George.
It's supposed to be...
They do that, like Lebanese Christians, I guess. They sometimes call their kids George and shit. He's there. What? Wait. Piers Morgan. It must have been the one. It must have been this one. Why can't I even see it on his fucking feed now? Is it? How old is this? Is this clip? What the hell? Did I just imagine this? Did an AI did an AI person just like superimpose him? No, that didn't happen. Stop. I swear, man. Did Pierce have a fucking Lebanon discussion recently or not? He must have. But I can't see it anywhere. I just see him talking to a bunch of Israelis. Trump, Morandi. All right, hang on. Cenk was on it. What? Oh, who's this guy? Where's he? It's fucking old. It's quite old. Okay. Is this him?
It's the fact that America want to get out.
No. It's 3 weeks ago. Okay, it was okay. Where's the guy? Not him. Clearly not you. Hey, you. Is that him? Hello, hot traders. How's it going? Hey. We're just learning about Lebanon from the best of the best. Yeah, this is him. Yeah.
At University of St. Joseph in Beirut. Welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you for having me, Pierce.
I think what's getting lost in the last 3 weeks or so is what has been happening in Lebanon. That's why I wanted you on. A mutual friend sent me a clip of you talking very passionately about what has been going on in the Lebanon. For those who've not
Speaking of Hutch.
following it as closely as they're following what's happening in Iran, just summarize what is going on.
Pierce, first, I'm incredibly grateful to be here, and I'm thankful for you for allowing a voice of the Lebanese people who for 57 straight years have been reduced to footnotes in a variety of regional conflict, ideological conflict, more recently Gaza and Iran, where we are treated, all 5 million of us, either as data by people counting the number of casualties, or simply as a natural consequence or extension of some ideological war. First, it was the Palestinians in the 60s, and then it was the Egyptians, and then it was the Syrians, and then it was Hezbollah, and now it's the IRGC and its proxy. You know, Pierce, since 1969, one delusional militia after the other has drawn Lebanon to war against the will of its own people. I am 42 now. This is the 6th war in my lifetime. So what I want to say, using your platform, is that we are officially and irrevocably done as Lebanese people of our land being used for proxy wars. And when I say we, I speak not only in my name, but in the name of millions of Lebanese, an absolutely astounding majority of which refuse to be part of this conflict. Now, some of your viewers might not know that from simply navigating X the entire day and listening to ideologue, but I brought to you today a poll conducted by Gallup, one of the most respectable U.S. institutions conducting polls in Lebanon.
That's the one we looked at.
And what does the poll say? The poll say, when they ask, do you believe that the Lebanese army should be the only group that bears weapons? And now
Box, please condemn him. Oh yeah, this guy is definitely Mossad and American and Sabra Shatila something. That's probably, isn't this the guy?
Militias.
Born in Jerusalem. This Lebanese dude. Born in Jerusalem, guys. There's no getting around it.
79% of Lebanese said yes. Only 19% of Lebanese said no. The poll asks again, in your opinion, do you favor Lebanon supporting Palestine in each of the following ways or not? When asked about engaging in military conflict with Israel in the service of other causes, 86% of Lebanese said no. Only 10% said yes. So our message today is very clear to the world. This is not our war. This is not a war of the Lebanese people against Israel. This is not a war between Lebanon and Israel, between the government of Lebanon and Israel. This is a proxy war fought by the IRGC and its proxy, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Israeli government. And we are simply, all 5 million of us, just pawns and hostages in for the millionth time in this regional equation. And we hear constantly, peers, from people in the West, living comfortably in their living rooms, lectures in morality about resistance and about aggression. You know, when Hezbollah launched these rockets against Israel on March 2nd, you know what they got from the Iranians? They got a thank you from Mustafa Khamenei himself. He thanked them in a letter for entering a war, and I quote, in defense of Iran, despite local obstacles being the Lebanese people. You know what we Lebanese people got? Not just bombs, 1 million displaced, over 1,000 dead, mayhem all over the country, billions of dollars in losses. No, we got lectures in morality from pundits and intellectuals and academics living comfortably in the West who want to use our suffering as Lebanese people for their ideological fantasies. And I want to say today that I want these people to leave us alone, to find other venues where they can express their ideological.
Bro is yapping. Patrick, thanks to $5. Helping with your chat goal, you're one of the necessary voices in the space promoting liberalism. Keep it up and keep it in mind. Whoa, thanks so much. Whoa.
Fantasy, because this conflict is not about their problem in America with Donald Trump. It's not about their views in Gaza, some of which might be right. It's not about the reductive worldview of good and bad. And it's not about some idea that they want to change the world through using Lebanese lives. These ideologues, woke leftists, want to use our suffering for their ideological fantasies.
Oh, shit.
Because these people, Pierce, are the objective and reasonable allies of the worst elements of Israeli society, the worst elements of the Israeli right. You remember very well, since 1993, when Hamas was bombing the buses, and an extreme lunatic fanatic from the Israeli society.
Wait, when were they bombing the buses? You talk about Intifada.
Remember very well, since 1993.
93.
When Hamas was bombing the buses.
I don't think Hamas was targeting buses in 93, were they? Their first bombing in 93 was supposed to target Israeli soldiers, but the bomb malfunctioned and it only killed the bomber and one Palestinian worker who was standing next to him. Pretty fucked. The buses were more late 90s, 2000s. But right.
And an extreme lunatic fanatic from the Israeli society killed Ishaq Rabin. Since then, these two powers of ideological woke left, Hezbollah, and the extreme right-wing elements in Israel have been fighting it out at the expense of people in this region. And especially in Lebanon, where it is the will of the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government to put an end to this war. We want these people, as well as the militias, as well as the IRGC, to all leave us alone, to let us live in peace and prosperity.
I mean, incredibly powerful and eloquent statement there. In the context of what you said, do you think there is a justification for what Israel and the United States are now doing in Iran? Do you believe that Iran has basically been propping up Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas for decades, and that until that gets dealt with, there can never be proper peace in the region?
Part of what we stand for as Lebanese peers today is to make sure that these regional conflicts, no matter their righteousness or lack thereof, are not extended into Lebanon at the expense of the Lebanese people. Now, if you ask me as an analyst and as a Lebanese, we've seen nothing from the IRGC except assassinations, bombings, radicalization of society, increasing sectarianism, and never-ending wars. So yes, if you ask me, would I like to see the Iranian regime fall down? Would this solve the problems of Lebanon? I would say absolutely yes. But my main concern is not supporting or not supporting the war of Israel and the United States against Iran. My main concern is Lebanon and what is said in particular, Pierce, if you allow me, by Western pundits about Lebanon. I've seen a lot of pundits, some of which were guests on your show, all the way from the Confederate of America, 7,000 miles away from here. The likes of Mr. Ugur, I've seen him, and the likes of Mr. Hassan. I've seen them speak about Lebanon.
Oh, shit.
And I would like to ask them a question right here from Beirut, if you allow me.
Wait, where's Cenk? Oh, there he is. And Douglas Murray. Okay. He's going to bring on Rania Khalek. She is much more... I don't know if she's pro-Hezbollah, but she's definitely more on the, like, Western fucking left narrative than this guy is. She'll probably not like him.
How many Lebanese need to die so you can satisfy
Shouldn't you ask that question to Israel?
Ideological cravings? How many? We keep being pontificated at as if we are children who are unable to decide their own fate and their own national interest. Khalas, as we say in Lebanon, khalas. We want them to leave us alone. I've heard the argument that, Israel is attacking Lebanon and the Lebanese army need to stand by with Hezbollah to fight Israel, as if this is the national interest of the Lebanese. This is not only idiotic, Piers, and shameful, it's counterproductive. And you know how I know that it's counterproductive?
Can I like invade England and just expect the Scottish military to help me out? That'd be fucking cool, wouldn't it? Because in Scotland, there's a hard rule that doesn't matter how fucking retarded your mate is, doesn't matter how fucking stupid he is or whatever he did. If he gets in a fight, you got to help him. That's apparently the unwritten rule in Scottish culture. Oh, you jump in for me. Oh, you jump in for me. You're my mate. You jump in for me. So if I did launch an invasion of England with some rockets, I don't see how the Scottish army would stand down. They'd have no fucking choice. We'd be on it.
Counterproductive? Because
that's how we won at Bannockburn, because every Scottish person was like, fuck, I got to jump in for my guy. I don't know why they're fighting, but we got to jump in for it.
I rely on facts, research, and history to prove my point. We know from history when Lebanon was attacked and when Lebanon was not attacked. If you allow me to show you this study I did, if we can take it on camera for just 2 seconds, I will tell you about these numbers. We know in Lebanon very well, 80% of us, that for 20 years, between the Armistice Agreement of 1949 and the beginning of PLO attacks against Israel in 1969, for these 20 years, we know what happened between Lebanon and Israel. We know that in this 20-year period, do you know how many times Israel violated Lebanese sovereignty in a 20-year period?
Tell me.
82 times, Pierce. 82 times in 20 years. Do you know how many Lebanese people died in 20 years as a result of skirmishes between Lebanon and Israel on the Israeli-Lebanese border? In 20 years, 15 people died.
Who is Israel fighting before the PLO was in Lebanon? I think this is over the border towns, isn't it? The border villages. Because this is before the blue line, in which case I think there were like 13 villages in northern Israel that were disputed by Lebanese groups. First Civil War. No, the first Civil War was, well, the first Civil War, quote unquote, was in like the late 50s, but that wasn't even really a civil war. The only real civil war that Lebanon had, like the big one, was started in 75. That was after the PLO were in Lebanon. farmers. Actually, maybe. Palestinian refugees, maybe? It might have been refugees, like Fedayeen. Yeah, I think it was Fedayeen. I wonder if there are any stories about that. The 15 people who died. Fuck farmers. Was Lebanon involved in the 6-Day War? No. Not that I know of. Yeah, I know it's Taco Tuesday. I'm very aware.
Do you know how
We've
many
done
people
that.
were injured in 20 years? In a whole 20 years, 16 people were injured. That's in a whole 20 years. Why? Because there were no militias in South Lebanon and the state owned the monopoly of arms. Now, if you compare that very quickly to the era that is often praised by some of these pundits, the era where the resistance was fighting against Israel and protecting Lebanon. In this period, between 2006 and 2026, a perfectly comparable period in terms of time frame, the number of Lebanese deaths, 6,152 people. The number of Lebanese injured, 23,056 people.
This guy's got the
The
numbers.
number of Israeli violations to Lebanese sovereignty that the resistance was protecting, 62,150 violations. That's a 410 times fold in dead people and 756 times fold in violations. So the math is clear, Piers. We knew when we were a jewel of the Mediterranean and the Middle East and why that is. We know these facts. We need them to stop lying because of their ideology at our expense. We also know, by the way, Piers, speaking of occupation and aggression, by certificate of UN Secretary General in April 2000, that Israel had left its occupation of every single inch of Lebanese territory. Today, because of the wars of liberation for Gaza and for Iran, about 25% of our territory is not occupied. We also know, as a matter of historical fact, that for 78 years of existence of Lebanon and Israel, despite 20 years of military occupation in the south, not one Jewish settlement was put in South Lebanon. So save us your
I really don't know how your Greater Israel types ever respond to
When
that.
a man in Lebanon hears about your seemingly genetic mental deficiencies, you should evaluate your positions a little. The real question is, will he call this man a collaborator or traitor?
Thanks for the $10. Okay.
Words about
strangely worded. Okay.
Expansionism and colonialism and settlements, etc. We know our history. And we don't need people blinded by ideology to tell us that we need to stand with an illegal sectarian fundamentalist militia and fight Israel. We don't need to do that. We need to stand with our army to establish Lebanese sovereignty, after which Israel would not be able or willing to attack Lebanon and thousands of people would not die.
Salah El-Maknouk, I really appreciate you coming on Uncensored. We've run out of time. I could have talked to you for a lot longer. Please come back again, because I think...
Thank you for giving me the opportunity
I think you're
to speak as a Lebanese. I appreciate
very
it.
powerful and very eloquent, and I can feel your passion. And I can tell you've gone back in history and you've thought about this very carefully. And
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, joining me now is the Lebanese-American journalist, Rania Khalek. Rania, welcome to Uncensored.
Counterpoint.
Rania, what is your response to what we just heard from Dr. Salah?
Well, I got a chance to view some of his interview, and I mean, he definitely represents certainly a segment of Lebanese, a tiny segment, I would say, who seek to normalize with Israel and who see Hezbollah as the bigger threat. And Lebanese have different opinions about this. It's a very polarized society. But one thing I will say is there is this sentiment among people who have his views that, maybe this is an opportunity for the Israelis to take out their political opponent, being Hezbollah in Lebanon, which I would...
Political opponent. No, she moved the goalpost there. The tiny segment is the one that supports normalization. That's not the poll that he showed. The poll that he showed was a majority wanting Hezbollah to disarm. And that's like 80%, give or take.
Kind of equate to if the Democrats
That's not
were kind of
polarized.
cheering on China to invade the US and remove the Republicans from power or something. But beyond that, Piers, I just want to add some context that I think was missing from what he said. Because yes, there's a horrific war on Lebanon. I saw you in your earlier segment mentioning some of the toll of that war, which I appreciate. Over 1,000 have been killed. We're in week 4. 118 of those killed have been children. 40 medical workers, some of them killed in double tap strikes. You've got 128 health facilities targeted, and on and on and on. You mentioned over 1 million displaced. That's 25% of Lebanon. And Israel is responsible for doing this. I want to add some context, though, to how this happened. Because, yes, on March 2nd, Hezbollah escalated against Israel by firing rockets that none of which
16 billion fucking ceasefire violations, okay?
Did any damage, but did fire rockets after the war with Iran started. But if you look at Hezbollah's statement for why they did that, in their statement, they say it was a response to Israeli ceasefire violations. There has been a...
They didn't just say that, though, did they? They also said that they were doing it because Israel killed the Ayatollah. That's... What the fuck? Okay.
Ceasefire in place for 15 months since the war in November that ended in November 2024 between Israel and Hezbollah. In those 15 months, Israel violated the ceasefire over 15,000 times. That's according to numbers collected.
They said they did it to avenge the Ayatollah, not because of ceasefire violation. Like, okay.
By the Lebanese government.
No,
and
she's not saying all of the rockets did no damage. She's talking about the 6 rockets that they fired after the fucking Ayatollah was killed.
UN. And those...
Yeah, here. The Shia Muslim militia and political party to avenge the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in an attack in his compound on Saturday. Largely symbolic actions. 6 symbolic rockets.
Ceasefire violations included nearly daily bombings. You know, I live in Lebanon. I've seen it happening. It included the killing of 370 people in Lebanon in those 15 months. And the Israelis never withdrew from the 8 to 9 points that they had occupied, strategic points in the border areas of southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, Hezbollah held its fire for those 15 months and abided by the ceasefire. The Americans were supposed to oversee that ceasefire, but of course, did nothing to make Israel abide by it. All that's to say, Hezbollah was responding
to that. By the way,
that.
Hezbollah were supposed to not go south of the Litani, and they were moving south of the Litani all the way throughout that ceasefire. And that ceasefire, if we still have it, Israel, Lebanon ceasefire 2024-25. This is from, November. There's the American side note, side letter, USA side letter. Is it here? Archive, please. Meme, thanks to $4.99. Can we fix Vosh? No. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Okay, he's fine. He's dandy. Yeah, it was here. Because this accompanied the ceasefire agreement. Like, the U.S. was the one that brokered it, and they said, yeah, the letter stipulates that Israel's right to respond to Hezbollah threats. So, and since the ceasefire in its original text said that Hezbollah moving south of the Litani was prohibited, like, they're going to see that as a threat. So, I don't know. Fuck.
That
Goofy
and I guess found the time, with the war in Iran appropriate to do it because the Israelis would have to fight on 2 fronts. But I think that context is really important because it goes back to, I would love to have a national army that can protect this country from aggression from outside.
They can't do
the
that.
unfortunate fact of Lebanon is that the Lebanese army is not capable of doing that because it's dependent on hand-me-down weapons from the Americans. The Americans give the Lebanese army weapons that could never be used.
It's so fucking retarded, man. Do you know the best way to defend yourself is for most countries, including Lebanon? Don't attack your neighbor. but done. And most of the time, that's going to keep you fucking chill. Don't attack your neighbor. Don't say death to your neighbor. Don't fire rockets at your neighbor. Don't launch fucking cross-border operations to go and fucking kidnap soldiers of your neighbor. Don't fucking call everyone who wants to not attack your neighbor a fucking collaborator, spy, Jew, whatever the fuck. Don't have a leader that preaches about how your neighbors should go and fuck off to Ethiopia and Poland and shit, which Nasrallah did do multiple times. Don't do that. You're probably all right. Most of the time, you'll probably be fine. And then if they attack you when you haven't done anything to them, then you'll have a good leg to stand on. Hezbollah doesn't do that, though. Hezbollah goes, death to Israel, we're going to get these fucking rockets, we're going to fire them, fuck you, we're going to get all these fucking missiles, we're going to take you out, you're going to destroy your country, we're never going to accept a border with you, we're never going to accept your existence, you're all fucking from Poland or Lithuania or fucking Ethiopia, you're going to go back there one day, we support the Intifada, we support them bombing your civilians, we support our rockets, which also hit your civilians, fuck you, get out of here, we're going to take you on, oh no, they got big planes, blah. Can I please hide in your basement, please, Mr. Sunni Christian? Like, that's what they do. Oh, but you need us to defend you. Like, fuck off. You're so stupid. Like, if you believe this logic, you are a retard, okay? You're a fucking lunatic. I don't understand. I don't understand how you can possibly look at what's happening between Hezbollah and Israel and Lebanon and think that Hezbollah are like the defenders of this country. It's so fucking brain dead. God.
To challenge the Israelis, and most of them are broken. And they're dependent on donations from the Gulf monarchies. So because of their donors, they are actually not able to even respond to Israeli aggression. In fact, in this war, Piers, the Israelis have killed several Lebanese army soldiers, and there has been no retaliation from the Lebanese army because they literally cannot retaliate. So all that's to say, we don't have a national defense strategy in Lebanon. The government has done nothing.
It's not their fight, you fucking idiot. Like, again, if a fucking MAGA militia started attacking fucking Canada and Canada responded, I would not expect the American primary military to just go and join the MAGA militia to attack Canada. Like, why? Why? Not my fucking problem, dick.
Nothing to protect the people of the South who had been being bombed and having their land occupied for the last 15 months. So as a result, it's that vacuum with which you have a non-state actor like Hezbollah coming in, stepping in, and, they're a part of the South, they're of the South, and, protecting their villages and people from Israeli aggression, which I would also add has taken on.
Who are you protecting, mate? Like, who? By storing your fucking rockets in your civilian towns? Who is protected? The Shiites are all fucking fleeing, and Christians and Sunnis in different towns don't want to let refugees into their towns because they are afraid that those people might be Hezbollah and they might bring Israeli bombs with them, that they might bring Israeli drones following them into those places. Like, this happened in the last war as well. There's like these fucking little remote Christian villages in the mountains where there's a strike on a house and like 25 people die because some fucking Hezbollah general was like lying low in there. It's so dumb. Just don't do it. Bro. The defenders of Lebanon. Holy fuck.
I wouldn't even call it a new element because
that's exactly. They're defending fucking Iranian weapons with Lebanese people's houses. That's what they do. They protect their weapons with people's basements and people's fucking garages and house extensions.
Israel has always had an ambition to occupy southern Lebanon since even before Israel was created. You heard Israeli leaders like Ben Gurion stating that the Litani River is the natural border of Lebanon.
Let's go.
The only reason they haven't been able to
why did Ben Gurion also praise the idea of having? Why did he also try to have peace with Lebanon and have Lebanon out of the 48 war? Like, why was he? Why did Israelis also fantasize about like a Lebanon and Israel being like fucking best mates and recognizing each other's borders? How would they get that, but also take up to the Litani?
Lebanon is because of fierce armed resistance in the south that even preceded Hezbollah, but that's what Hezbollah grew out of, is Israel's many invasions.
Okay, but let me ask you, how would you categorize Hezbollah? Because many people categorize them as terrorists. In the same way,
it's not a mystery at the Paris Peace Conference that the Zionists asked for a bigger border. They asked for it went further north. It went a little bit east of the Jordan River, and then for it to be mandate Palestine, right? That's why they wanted the Jewish homeland. And then France, Britain were like, no, we're gonna shrink it in. The Negev did get to be part of Palestine, even though it wasn't originally going to be. Didn't Ben Gurion also want a Maronite ally? Yeah. They basically they highballed for territory and then it shrunk. But then, again, it's the sequence of events, right? In 1919, Ben Gurion and other Zionists are proposing a border that goes east of the Jordan River and also goes up to the Litani. But then after 1919, they're accepting the principle of partition with the Peel Commission. And then in 487, they're accepting the actual partition plan, which doesn't go up to the Litani. It doesn't even encompass all of Palestine. So... But yeah, this was it. This was the original Zionist map that was proposed to be mandate Palestine. It would have gone east of the Jordan and up to the Litani. But then the British said no, and the French said no, and then they got, this came in, this came down, and I think the King Abdullah wanted to have the Negev, and the British were like, nah, it was just. But this is 1919. This is a negotiating position. It's not like an eternal ambition.
That
this is rage bait. It's so fucking
view
annoying,
Hamas
man.
as terrorists. And they view the Houthis as terrorists. And the common theme, the link, is they've all been funded and armed by Iran. And that is, of course, the main reason why Israel, in particular,
why does Hezbollah still hold seats in parliament after the March ban? Because the ban was on weapons and military assets, not on the party itself. They're still allowed to be a party and then run for elections. They can do that all they want, yeah.
To go after Iran because they say it's been a constant war of attrition through proxies, including Hezbollah. You've described Hezbollah as strategic deterrence. That's a long way from calling them terrorists. What do you feel about
deterrent? Israel are so deterred from southern Lebanon by Hezbollah's rockets. Israel are occupying further into South Lebanon than they even did in the fucking 80s, bro. Deterrence.
Hezbollah themselves? They may have come out of, as you say, a vacuum, and your argument about the army and so on is a legitimate thing to raise. But the way that Hezbollah goes about its business is that of a terrorist organization.
Who are the real terrorists here? The ones
Well, I mean, Piers, that's according to the view of Western states, which don't make up the whole world. I mean, Hezbollah has a political wing in this country, and they're actually Israel likes to call itself the only democracy in the Middle East. And in those elections, Hezbollah is elected to power by their base. They actually are a part of the biggest parliamentary bloc in Lebanon. So they're not some fringe organization, right? They have, and they have that support from their base, mostly in the South, because again,
Hezbollah also subverts Lebanese democracy all the fucking time. If Lebanon would love to have an investigation into the Beirut port explosion because someone was illegally storing and unsafely storing ammonium nitrate in a warehouse that blew up and made the biggest fucking peacetime explosion ever. And also, people would love to investigate and arrest people for murdering Rafiq Hariri, but they still can't do that. They can only indict them in absentia because Hezbollah won't let people touch them. People would like to, as of now, the Lebanese government has outlawed Hezbollah's arms, but Hezbollah is not going to give them up. What are we talking about Lebanese democracy here? Hezbollah doesn't give a fuck about Hezbollah democracy, unless it suits them, unless they can use it to hold up the presidency until they get a president that they like.
See them as a protector that they don't get from the Lebanese government. But I want to just add something here. This is Israel's 7th invasion of Lebanon since 1978. 7 invasions, right? Some of those invasions preceded Hezbollah's existence. Hezbollah grew out of Israel's 1982 invasion and occupation of Lebanon. Because if you invade and occupy any country, there's going to be local resistance to that occupation. And people are going to take arms from whoever they can. In the case of Hezbollah, they took arms and funding from Iran. That's absolutely true. And they did that to fight off an Israeli occupation that they eventually pushed out in 2000.
Did Hezbollah initially fight with Israelis? They bombed an American Marine barracks. They also bombed, I think, an embassy. They hit Americans. And they also fought with, interestingly, I don't know if they fought with them more than Israelis to begin with, but weren't Hezbollah's initial rivals, well, leftists, they targeted Lebanese communists. They also targeted other Shiites, because other Shiites, part of the Amal movement, were rivals of Hezbollah. And again, like, Hezbollah fucking sucks at fighting Israelis, okay? They've had a few times where they just didn't lose as bad as they were expected to, like in the 2006 war. But they also fought again, like, really Hezbollah's talent is just killing other Arabs. It's killing like Syrians. Like the only fucking job well done when it comes to Hezbollah's military is fighting with fucking Syrians who oppose Assad. That's really the only time they've ever properly shined militarily.
And again in 2006, and there was invasion in 2024, and there's an invasion again. So I just also want to say something else here is, I'm speaking to you from Lebanon, right? I'm a Lebanese woman.
Yeah.
I'm in Beirut right now. And I am well aware that a few weeks ago, the Israelis acquitted 5 of their soldiers who were caught on camera gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. Okay, on camera, on CCTV footage. You probably know this story. They were acquitted and then embraced afterwards by several Israeli government officials. And
the thing is that like anyone in their right mind opposes that. Like, at least in this part of the world, outside of Israel, anyone in their right mind opposes the government doing that. Why are you calling Lebanon the defenders of Lebanon when they literally murdered a fucking prime minister, bro? Like, he was the prime minister and Hezbollah murdered him and then wouldn't let anyone investigate into his killing, wouldn't let anyone investigate any of their members. They could only get indicted in absentia.
The media and the public as heroes. There was even protests and rallies in Israel against their prosecution. And that is not an isolated incident. Human rights organizations, including Israeli human rights organizations, have documented systematic sexual violence against Palestinians by the Israeli military. And I raise that just to say this military, some might call it an army of rapists in this case, is currently invading my country. And the only thing standing in the way of me and this army of rapists is this group fighting in the south of Lebanon. So it's hard for me to sit here and abide by categorizations that people in Washington are making when I know, again, that is the only obstacle between me and Beirut and this army that has raped.
What do you mean between you and Beirut? Beirut's being bombed, you fucking idiot. Like, oh, really? Because Hezbollah are in the way. Didn't Hezbollah... Bro, like... One of the reasons that so many Shiites are getting rejected refuge in non-Shia areas in Lebanon is because they're suspecting that some of them are Hezbollah, because we know that Hezbollah officials do this, that Hezbollah military guys will try to lie low in communities that they're not expecting to get bombed. Are they protecting Beirut as well? Apart from the places in Beirut where they actually are, which is Dahia, which is getting the shit bombed out of it. And all the people who live there, all the civilians have to leave. So Hezbollah can fight their little dumb war that they're never going to win.
Has killed tens of thousands of children, recently tortured a child in Gaza.
So would you, all right, so would you,
cigarettes.
okay, listen, I hear you. So would you therefore also condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th?
Well, Piers, we've had this conversation before. This is so last season, the condemnation game. I'm going to stick
so
with this.
last season. By the way, in 1919, Ben-Gurion, in the middle of a negotiation for borders, suggested the Litany for Palestine. And that's why Lebanon is always going to be in the fucking desires of Israeli settlers and Israeli government, even though they'd never built a single settlement in southern Lebanon after they occupied it for 18 years. That's so last season. Let's talk about what Ben-Gurion said over 100 fucking years ago, before accepting an Israeli border that didn't include up to the Litany. Fucking retard. I'm sorry, I can't do this. I'm going to hate women. And I can't do that. That's not allowed. Because she's only one woman. And we must remember this. That's so last season. Let's talk about Iran in 1953. Holy fuck! Does that mean that in 1 year's time, that one high-profile gang rape case by the IDF will be so last season? I guarantee you, man, 100 years from now, the West Bank will literally just be like fucking, like Palestine will just be 10% of what currently is the Gaza Strip. It'll be like a fucking, Ramallah will just be surrounded on all sides by fucking lunatic hillbilly inbred settler fucks. You know, maybe like Jericho and Nablus are still just kicking on by, like, barely, also surrounded on all sides. And these people will still be fucking yapping away about that one gang rape that happened 100 years ago. Like, yeah, fucking hell. But October 7th was so last season, guys. Let's go. East Jerusalem is Palestinian capital. That's so last season, dude. It's fuck me. How would you ever talk like that? God. Let the hate flow through you. I just don't, it's so fucking dumb, man. Like there's just no one gives a shit, man. The look Vosh gives Jesus when he finds out he's a member of the donor class, brackets, he was born near Jerusalem. Oh no. Did you watch WrestleMania? No, but I saw it was up on my Netflix. I was strongly considering, but then I haven't really enjoyed any WrestleMania since like number 20, I guess. The number just goes too high, dude.
Difference between those two things.
Why is Hutch fighting with J-Stock? What are they even yapping about? He was reacting to this a lot, wasn't he? They're talking about drop site. What's the take on drop site?
Believe Gaza City.
They're actually
Probably
taking a
less
Palestine
Fox.
thing. Holy shit, it's that guy from the Pierce show.
Holy moly, guys. This is so exciting. I got my Picatinny rail. I'm going to put a red dot on my Anaconda Colt 44 Magnum.
I give so many shits.
What was happening, not just images, but like what was happening. And then more and more people began to, I think probably more people now are aware.
Oh, Hutch, just real quick. Could you show me CNN broadcasting all of the death and destruction? Can you show me CNN broad?
What the
Did they know?
You know what? I was about to say some mean things about Canadians, and I'm going to be disciplined. Not all Canadians. CNN wasn't covering what was happening in fucking Gaza? Is he really saying that?
Wait, that's not, this is just one video. Okay, Jesus.
I'm sorry, was CNN
is this guy actually
Gaza?
in the plane?
Yeah,
looking at the aerial footage.
A lot. What are we even talking about? What?
Broadcasting all the dead kids? Was CNN doing that?
Yeah.
They kind of were, weren't they?
Yes. What?
Displaced in Gaza City?
Was Fox News doing that? Or was it like...
Probably less Fox
Fox
News.
was not doing that, no.
Like mostly left-leaning people on social media who are sharing these things and amplifying this. And
he's trembling.
He's basically just... He's almost...
This is bananas.
To ride on top of trucks and trailers. For many here, this...
Did they report on...
You just search CNN Gaza.
No longer.
Why are
Man-made
hundreds
famine.
of thousands unable to leave Gaza City?
This is the kids
I
begging
can't
for
show you
food
these.
type
These
shit.
are all probably like very violent.
That's someone who
Entirely
is in hospital
conceded the
for
argument now.
malnutrition.
I didn't even, I wasn't even going to make the argument about social media, and obviously that's mostly lefty people who are continuing to point this or put this out
Why is he saying that? I don't
and
understand.
highlight it, right?
Also, I will say,
just went
bro, of all the fucking, even after UN organizations stopped with the 500 truck shit because it was obviously wrong, mainstream media just kept going because the UN never said, by the way, this is actually, this is actually really bad and useless and inaccurate data. They just stopped doing it. That's what they do. They don't publish retractions or anything like that. When was I think I marked the particular time when they stopped doing it for 500 truck. When did they stop doing it? Okay, it's here. So October 27th, this is when Guterres still, I think he's maybe the first one who brings it up. OCA, Human Rights Watch, IPC, they bring it down to 150 to 180, which is still overestimated, but Special Brief talks about where you got the working from. Amnesty, World Food Program, IPC, Washington Post, Amnesty, Reuters, UNRWA, BBC. It was around 2025. Yeah, you notice that a lot of the IPC reports and the OCA reports have stopped doing it, but these guys continue. CNN did it all the way up until beginning of 2025. The actual average number of daily food trucks going into Gaza before the war was 70 or 75, not 500. But New York Times, there was a UN press release, but the press office in the UN is different from their aid agencies. Yeah, okay.
To Ryan Grimm and Dropsite News, because that's like something that is incredibly consequential.
Dropsite?
I just can't make sense of this. Does he seriously think that Dropsite was the only news org covering Gaza?
Dropsite just became a fucking mouth. There's no way JSTOC's going to defend Dropsite. Right? Dropsite is literally like a mouthpiece for Hamas officials, which is good for people like me because I get to read the Hamas guys like when they speak in English, and I can contrast that with like how they give interviews in Arab media, which is sometimes interesting. But like Dropsite, literally, they lie on behalf of Hamas. They literally fabricated statements from the anti-Hamas protesters to make them look like they were not anti-Hamas. Right?
In the last few years? Uh-oh. What are you guys spamming? Statement of President Donald J. Trump. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of
breaking
Field
the news.
Marshal
We already did that. We did the breaking news.
As their blockade, main aim is
Apparently over saying it was a genocide, which you now concede it is.
Who the fuck says it? Like, why is it that difficult to properly characterize the things that you're reacting to? Is it that hard? Am I asking too much of people to not just strawman the fucking living shit out of people? Just be honest about what the person actually said.
It's crazy.
Aware of like at least the 21st century history of Israel. But again, I wouldn't fight you on the idea that the online left contributed in their own way to public approval for Israel going down. I think they did contribute to that. But taking credit for something and taking credit for contributing to something. Uh-oh, Hassan Piker has been made aware of the poll. Wait, now is he live?
No, Hassan, not now.
Oh,
this threat.
Wrong with me.
There's too much fucking diversion, bro. What's he doing?
Not putting it up on the screen.
Stay focused.
The poor, whatever.
Stay focused.
I don't think anybody is going. I don't think anybody believes that if Israel had done a quick ground operation, killed like 20,000 people and pulled back without blowing up all of the housing and hospitals in Gaza, I don't think people would go.
A quick
quick ground operation killing. That's more than every other Gaza war combined. 20,000. 20,000 was fucking. Even when it reached 20,000, that was fucking crazy. Okay.
Ground operation. A quick ground operation.
It's a quick in and out.
What the fuck? What would that have looked like? A quick ground operation by IDF in Gaza.
Oh yeah, I don't think people think that this still would have flipped the same way. Like, they don't think they were responsible. They think they were responsible for getting the messaging out, getting people to look at it, which is a contribution. But for Israel's actual genocide, of course nothing changes. Of course, but like,
in and out, 20-minute adventure, yeah.
Nobody's saying regardless of whether a genocide happened, regardless of whether they went totally insane in Gaza, we flipped everybody on Israel. No. What's a but for? It's saying without this happening. Sorry. If
a ground operation in a heavily urban area with an established insurgency is literally the worst possible case for a military operation, yeah.
That was confusing language. I'll try to restrict it a little bit.
That was like Jank. Jank was like, yeah, just send in fucking SEAL Team 6, bro.
Without the actual genocide.
SEAL Team 6 would be killing 20,000 people. But okay.
Without the actual operation, the actual war crimes.
Actually,
of course none of this happened.
When did the South Africa accuse Israel of genocide? When did they do that? December 2023. What was the death toll in December 2023? I probably have the timeline of that. It was probably around 20,000, actually. Maybe a bit higher. Death toll. Was this the data? Attack for Palestine? I think it is. No. What? CSV. I have to get this and put it into my. Oh yeah. Okay. To my sheets, my shits. Oh. Where's the fucking date? What the fuck, man? It doesn't have the date. Okay, I know where to go. It's in my Google Sheets. Yeah, here. December 29th was when South Africa filed. Death toll was 20,000. So South Africa accused Israel of genocide when the death toll was 20,000. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
To be clear.
I think the distinction matters. Lawson with $10. They're not even correct on Israel-Palestine, and I'm worried that the demand for a massive Israel policy change comes from the moral bullying as opposed to actual knowledge of the region.
That's kind of
well, I mean, it just it depends on what they're talking about. That's a little broad. I mean, yeah, Kanye. That's another thing. Kanye West, I think, single-handedly contributed.
Oh God, please stop. Wait, hold on. He can't say. There's no way to win this. Either side of this, whatever he's going to say is going to be the most shit I've ever heard in my life.
Whoa.
And look at his smug face as he goes to say.
It's true. It's true. We got to give him that. That is a smug face right there, you guys. But what you can't take away from me is, goddamn, that is a well-groomed beard right there, guys. You think that's an accident? Nope. That takes work.
Is so smug about this point he's about to make. I swear to God, if he says Kanye contributed to knowledge of Gaza when Kanye was just explicitly anti-Semitic.
Nope. That's not what I said.
And barely even referred to Gazans at all. Like, it was like 99% anti-Semitism, direct anti-Semitism.
He's kind of doing the same thing that Queeman does. It's like, before the take's even been said, or like, even when you're acknowledging that he might not be saying that, it's like, if he's saying that, they haven't said this, but like, it's like, if he's saying that, this person is a disgusting fascist piece of shit. Like, well, you're, okay, whoa, shit. Oh, the outrage is supposed to come after they've said the thing, but all right. Fuck. Whatever, dude. That's not discourse. The Lebanon discourse was banging though. Those two button heads. Dude, you're missing so much. What am I missing? From watching that? Absolutely not. There's no way I'm missing anything from watching not watching that. What the fuck? Did you see the Layla Miller video on Hassan? I don't know who that is, so no. Is it just me, or I guess this Middle East discourse has kind of revived a little bit? I felt like it was going a bit down because of the people were talking more about ICE and the Epstein files, but it's all kind of come back now. Not just with Iran though, but also just like yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's because of the fucking war and shit, but Jiu-Jitsu, thanks to $4.99. I think the main point we're missing here is that Hutch is bald. Yeah, I would never forget that point. Did it come back smarter? No, it's come back dumber because it's like people know fuck all about Palestine, but now they know even less about Lebanon and Iran. So it's actually worse now. It's actually more fucking retarded. But we can, we work with what we've got. Ugh. Spelling bee. I don't know if I want to do spelling bee just yet, or if I want to. This is a fairly short article. It's quite short. The idiocracy timeline is exhausting. The thing is, like, people would always talk about like punching left is a waste of time. They don't have power and all that. But now it seems like the claim is that they actually do have power and they do have influence, and that they are, especially when the liberal left is just so fucking lost at sea and so scared of their own shadow and so lacking in any kind of positive vision that void is being very aggressively filled by far left people, and it's really annoying. It's like the fact that like the even liberal and center left discourse on Israel and Palestine is being like fucking dominated by tankies is like really nasty. I do not like that at all. Yeah, and I think actually it turns out now that I guess like the thing that I've been scrapping against for the last 2 years was actually quite important, because now it's only growing. So actually, yeah, fuck. I have no regret over taking the fight in that direction. Like the fact that it's just like normal now to be like a fucking pundit, or like to be in Western like lefty discourse, or even like center left liberal discourse, and to actually make defenses of fucking Hezbollah and Iran. Like fuck that, God. I wanted to read this. As soon as I saw this, I was like, wait, do we have articles now in The Atlantic about Hassan saying dumb shit about history? Do they have any fucking idea how much mileage you could get out of all this? Every time Hassan says anything about Middle East history, it's always fucking stupid. It's always either incomplete, or he's misremembered something, or he's editorialized something, or he's just read someone else who's editorialized something, or a fabrication. Like his entire history of the region is just completely fucking like dense. It's so stupid. One of the most recent examples of this was him talking about how Einstein basically has the same view on Zionism as he does, and arguing that Einstein, because he wrote this letter to he signed an open letter that was condemning the Irgun and the Lehi after the Deir Yassin massacre, saying that like this is like a very bad version of like Zionism, right? It's not, but Hassan takes that and assumes that and would pretend that that's them saying that Zionism itself was like an evil thing. That's what the conclusion that they've extracted from this, even though the Irgun was a group of about 1,000 people who were considered extremists by the Haganah and by the rest of the Zionist movement. They were hunted down by the rest of the Zionist movement. Some of them were killed by the Zionist movement. One of their ships was fucking blown up by the regular Zionist movement. And then there's the Lehi, who were an even smaller militia of about 300 people. Same thing. But yeah, but he does this all the time. He lies about Mandela. He lies about the British Mandate. He lies about Israeli history. He lies about Palestinian history. He lies about the 1448 war. Like, he's a fucking moron. What can you say? But they made an article about his Einstein shit. I don't actually know where the Einstein thing comes from, about why that reinterpretation of Einstein's words. It does tell you something, though. It does tell, when you have political pundits who have a kind of like recyclable list of talking points, like quips or tidbits, it's all the things that they choose to use are always very revealing. So Piers Morgan loves talking about how Obama was the deporter in chief. He deported 3 million people, more than any. And he likes that for a very specific reason, right? Like, well, one is because he probably caught someone out asking that question like 10 years ago, and he's just trying to relive that moment for the rest of his life. But the other thing is that to him, it suits his worldview, right? Because it's liberal hypocrisy. It's like, oh, liberals and lefties, they love Obama, but they don't like deporting people. So, do you know who the biggest deporter was? Obama! And he's like, and then he comes and fucking sleeps like a baby until the next time he does it, right? Like, that's like your Pierce thing. For Hassan, the reason he loves quoting what he thinks Einstein said about Zionism and how he thinks Einstein validates his opinions on Zionism is because he is insecure about his intelligence. He loves the idea of like cosplaying as an intellectual, as an academic. He loves to talk about his poli-sci degree as if that qualifies him to talk about every single political topic, like more than the average person. And what could be more validating than just, he's literally just doing the thing, this very clever scientist guy agrees with me. He's like literally fucking Jay Shetty, but for political fucking snake oil sales. Like, it's so funny that he just loves this Einstein shit. Oh God. But because what Hassan said about Einstein was so fucking off the mark and so retarded, someone wrote an article about it. So let's see. The problem with Hassan Piker's Einstein story. People scrutinizing influencers for their views should also hold them to account for their facts. Facts! Last week, Pod Save America, the popular podcast founded by former Obama administration staffers, hosted the influencer and leftist provocateur Hassan Piker, a charismatic and pugnacious. Oh, I love it when a journalist says pugnacious. That's how you know they're a clever person. Hassan quotes Einstein. This guy says pugnacious. Piker has become a flashpoint in a broader debate among Democrats over how far their party's big tent ought to extend. Unsurprisingly, Piker's hour-long interview generated controversy. Critics on the right and left highlighted his refusal to condemn Hamas. Others were upset that the influencer said he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, even as he reiterated his reticence to back a progressive politician such as Gavin Newsom over J.D. Vance. But a very different part of the podcast caught my attention because it illustrates the problem with the wrangling over Hassan Piker. It revolves around his contentious opinions about a narrow subject, Jews and Israel. Wow. This person's throwing a curveball here by distinguishing the Jews from Zionism. That's crazy. While giving short shrift to his broader worldview and his tendency to be wrong on the facts. The issue is not whether to engage with figures like Piker, it's how to do so in a way that's genuinely informative. The Pod Save America appearance offers a case in point. While discussing his personal opinion to Israel's founding, his personal opposition to Israel's founding, Piker marshals an unexpected ally, Albert Einstein. God, it's so fucking funny, man. What better ally than Albert Einstein for your fucking dog shit? To just pretend Einstein would have said all the things you do. The very smart guy. Did you know Einstein, this huge IQ, this scientist? It's so fucking stupid as well because, you know who else was a great scientist? Fucking Heisenberg. Right? He was a fucking Nazi. I mean, not like the Breaking Bad Heisenberg or whatever. Fuck me. My assessment on Zionism as an ideology is not that different from Albert Einstein's assessment of Zionism, he tells the co-host Jean Favreau. I don't know why I said John like that, whatever. The Jewish physicist, Piker said, was actually asked to be the first president of Israel. But Einstein, in Piker's account, assailed the Israeli project from the start. He saw the violence that the early Zionist brigades were engaging in before the IDF existed, before Israel existed, and wrote about what Zionism was turning into. And he warned that what he was seeing was exactly what the Nazis were doing. Most listeners probably took little notice of this historical riff. Favreau does not remark on it, but for me, it was a flashing neon sign. I wrote my undergraduate thesis about Einstein's relationship to Judaism and Zionism, poring over the relevant documents in 3 languages on 2 continents. Oh no. And just about every bit of Piker's potted portrayal is either misleading or false. We read the context of these quotes when we were watching the interview. Einstein was talking about the Irgun and the Lehi, a group that was at the time being condemned by the Haganah, that was condemned by most of the Yishuv, and that was literally having their members fired on and fucking killed by the Yishuv. It's so whatever. Far from an opponent of the Zionist endeavor, Einstein assisted it for decades. In 2021, he raised money across America for the Hebrew University alongside Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization. In 1923, he delivered a guest lecture at the school's campus in Jerusalem. Weizmann, meanwhile, was tapped to be the first president of Israel in 1948. Einstein, who had not been in the running, congratulated him. Long before the emergency of Hitler, I made the cause of Zionism mine because through it I saw a means of correcting a flagrant wrong, Einstein wrote to Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in 1947, in an attempt to persuade him to support that movement. In 1951, the physicist hosted Ben-Gurion, Israel's founding prime minister, at his home in Princeton, New Jersey. I did not know this. So that's 3 days after the 48 war. He's hosting Ben-Gurion, the Prime Minister of Israel, at his home. Okay. When Weizmann died the next year, Ben-Gurion offered his position to Einstein, who declined, writing that he was deeply moved by the offer from our state of Israel, and at once saddened and ashamed that I cannot accept it. The notoriously absent-minded professor explained, I lack both the natural aptitude and the experience to deal properly with people and to exercise official functions. Shortly before his death, Einstein told an interviewer that he had great hopes for the future of the Jewish state. He even planned to deliver a speech marking the 7th anniversary of Israel's founding in 1955, but died days before he could deliver it. He bequeathed his valuable papers and the rights to his name and likeness to Hebrew University. None of this is to say that Einstein was an uncritical booster of the Zionist project. On the contrary, he was a sharp public antagonist of the Israeli right. This ideological orientation was likely another reason Einstein turned down the ceremonial role of the country's presidency, which is meant to be nonpartisan. He was also a deeply reluctant nationalist. Before Israel was founded, Einstein advocated for a shared state of Arabs and Jews, writing in 1946 that what we can and should ask is for secured binational status in Palestine with free immigration. Now, to be clear, the reason that this was never going to happen was because the Palestine National Movement completely opposed the free immigration part. They would only accept a one-state solution if Jewish immigration ended on that day, not even 5 years afterwards, was their response to the white paper in 1939. But once Israel was established, Einstein strongly supported its continued existence while insisting that its ultimate success depended on the pursuit of peace and fair treatment of the land's Arab inhabitants. International policies for the Middle East should be dominated by efforts to secure peace for Israel and its neighbors, he wrote in the draft of his deathbed speech. In other words, Einstein wasn't an apologetic Israel right or wrong advocate or an ardent anti-Zionist, but something more interesting. A left-wing supporter of Jewish statehood who believed in Israel's necessity, but also in the fundamental rights of the region's Palestinian citizens. The complex combination of commitments puts him in accord with many, if not most, Americans and American Jews today, according to survey data. In contemporary terms, one might call Einstein a liberal Zionist. Oh no. The same category of people Piker has previously called liberal Nazis. Oh no. Einstein sounds like me, not gonna lie. He's probably a bit less of a Zionist than you are, Dante, but yeah. Ironically, and I would never do this because I'm not a fucking fanny. Gaza is the graveyard of the occupier, by the way. Cope. What a fucking unbelievably shameless, disgusting, retarded fucking thing to say. Like, when Gaza's just become the graveyard of Gazans, like 9th of August, 2025. Okay.
When people say like, oh, well, you know, I'm a liberal Zionist, like, I want there to be a Jewish.
I've heard that so many times.
I'm a liberal Zionist. I want there to be a Jewish ethno state. I'm like, okay, like, what do you mean? It's like saying you're like a liberal Nazi. You want an Aryan majority ethno state? Like, what are you talking about? There's people there.
Yeah.
There's people there that Israel is occupying the lives of. There's people there.
Good one. But listeners to Piker on Pod Save America will have learned none of this. The stream's cavalier characterization of the views of American Jews, living and dead, and his failure to genuinely reckon with what they think, help explain why some feel that Piker fosters anti-Jewish animus. I was going to say, it's ironic, because if I was ever that much of a fucking fanny, I would just be like, hey, you know, actually the Einstein opinion is closer to mine than it is to yours. But wait, why? I don't need to be validated by fucking Einstein. He was a physicist. Great physicists have been in support of Zionism and opposed to Zionism. Some great scientists of old have been fucking fascists. Other ones have been communists. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make you any more fucking correct because one great scientist said something good about your opinion in politics. Like, God. But listeners to Piker on Pod Save America will have learned none of this. The streamer's cavalier characterization of the views of American Jews, living and dead, and his failure to genuinely reckon with what they think, help explain why some feel that Piker fosters anti-Jewish animus. But one need not reach a conclusion on the anti-Semitism question to arrive at the simpler determination that he speaks confidently about things that he does not know much about. And this phenomenon is not unique to Piker. It's characteristic of the new media landscape, which now includes smash-mouth streamers, that's you guys, and podcasters of all political persuasions who talk about everything but are experts in nothing, and whose incentives run toward incendiary virality rather than accuracy. Often this means that these talkers leave listeners less informed than when they came in, as is the case here. There needs to be a word for that, like a phrase. You know, like there's people who know nothing, and then there are people who know loads of things, but they're all wrong, which is worse, right? Like, it's like less than nothing. It's like your knowledge is fucking in the negative, not even zero. Yeah. Fuck. Ooh. Where was I? Such pitfalls should not stop journalists and activists from interviewing these influential actors. Doing so is part of the job and essential for democratic dialogue. The question is not whether such people should be engaged, but how. Interviewers should educate themselves about the influencers' past arguments and be prepared to dig into the details. This is weird because this is what they used to do, isn't it? Like, if you went on BBC Hard Talk as a thinker, you knew the host was going to fucking read all your shit, or at least have other people read all your shit, and have a whole fucking bit of paper, or like a whole, like a binder full of notes of stuff that you've said and were wrong about. Like, imagine I don't know why, like, why is it that when David Irving goes on like BBC Hard Talk, they're prepared with every single talking point, but like now people just let them get away with shit. It's so odd, because it's not like Hassan pulled out a fucking wild card with the Einstein thing. He's done that loads of times. There's too much to keep track of now. I don't know. I don't think so. You don't even have but I know, well, yeah, because now the demand for content is so high and so omniscient that you do actually just have to do a bit of content every single fucking day. And yet you probably can't prepare, because like a weekendly show, or a show that's got like loads of researchers who can prep you for stuff. Like, a good interview with any political person, like podcaster or whatever, would probably entail going through their streams, going through their content, viewing things that they said, and bringing things up. So, oh yeah, well, on this stream you made this claim's wrong, here's why. That's what they did with guests in the past, or like, but then it became quips or quotes, or then it became they're not even watching the content, they're just gone for like a list of bad things X person has said, and it just becomes like a live hit piece, almost a real-time hit piece. Yeah, well. As CNN's Elle Reeve did when she exposed the far-right podcaster Candace Owens' conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk's killing. Tucker Carlson has broadcast elaborate Hitler apologetics and other anti-Semitic ideas. His interlocutors should be familiar with their refutations and be able to raise them when confronting him. But obviously, this kind of like puff piece interviewing, it's very intentional, right? It's like when Dave Rubin used to host like white supremacists, like people like Richard Spencer or like Paul Joseph Watson. And he would just say, well, you know, I hear a lot in the press I hear a lot of lefties say that you're a conspiracy theorist. Is that true? Do you believe in conspiracy theories? And Paul Joseph Watson's just like, no, I don't believe in conspiracy theories. I believe in pursuing the truth wherever it may lead. And it's like, oh, well, I suppose now that you got that checked, he's not a conspiracy theorist. It seems like the Democrats were lying again. Like, I think at Richard Spencer on, it's like, I hear a lot of people saying you're like a white nationalist or like a, no, he wouldn't even say that. He's like, I hear a lot of people saying that you're like a racist, that you're like a white supremacist, like you want to dominate the blacks. Is that true? And then Richard Spencer's like, no, that's not true at all. I'm actually I'm a white nationalist. So I mean, I respect black rights. And I think the blacks should have a land of their own as well and have their sovereignty and their, Dave Rubin, oh, well, I suppose we don't have to worry about calling you a white racist again. But that's intentional, right? Like you are kind of prepared. You're prepared to let them get away with their shit. Like that's what they're doing there. So maybe they just want to, let them get away with this shit. I don't know. Hosts could also bring on experts to complicate the simplistic narratives marketed by the streaming set. One imagines a medical researcher might have some thoughts on Piker's recent claim that Cuba had come up with a treatment for Alzheimer's that he alleges had been suppressed. I forgot about that. Oh, God. I forgot about that. They cured Alzheimer's. This is what the State Department doesn't want you to know about. Holy we have been lied to. He's so fucking retarded, man. Ugh. Oh, God. After all, even Joe Rogan has his producers serve as an on-air fact checker. The people interviewing Rogan should too. Other questions are worth posing to influencers such as Piker by those who are evaluating them as political partners. On Pod Save America, most of the runtime was devoted to Piker holding forth about Jews and Zionism. This was less the fault of the show and more a response to the public discourse, which is obsessed over Piker's every utterance on these subjects. But for the average voter considering the streamer as a potential ally and wondering what the world would look like if he had more power, the tired anti-Semitism arguments obscure far more fundamental issues. For instance, Piker has repeatedly exhibited a soft spot for left-coded expansionist authoritarian regimes. When he was asked recently if there is a country that has done socialism in a way that you'd like, he did not cite the Nordic states favored by the likes of Senator Bernie Sanders. He said China is probably the closest, while acknowledging plenty of issues within the Chinese system that he did not detail before launching into praise of the country's high-speed rail. Is it really anything other than the fucking high-speed rail? Is it anything? All I hear about is these fucking trains. And again, if you want high-speed rail in America, you need Americans to want high-speed rail in America. Because America is a democracy. And Americans are car fuckers, okay? They stick their dicks in fucking car exhausts, okay? They drink gasoline. They are retarded, okay? They'll buy a pickup truck with a huge boot and there's nothing inside it, ever. Because they like a big car. They have 5 cars per child, okay? They love cars. They don't care about fucking trains. You need to make them care about trains to get trains. And then you need all the fucking NIMBYs to care enough about trains to maybe some of them allow railroads to get built in areas that they might otherwise say no to. Also, capitalist countries have high-speed rail as well. Japan has it. Fucking France has it. Like, fuck me. Dude. Ancient Egypt has great pyramids. What a banger society. Can't see, there's even pyramids in America. Trash. Piker has likened China's subjugation of Tibet to the North's crushing of the South in the American Civil War and argued that the takeover helped civilize the territory. He has also compared Taiwan to the Confederacy. Wait, did he compare Taiwan to the Confederacy? That's crazy. I love this fucking like essentializing. Taiwan was run by the Kuomintang, who were the nationalist movement that murdered a whole bunch of fucking communists. And then when Mao won in the revolution, when the communists won, the Kuomintang ran off to Taiwan and took it over. Which is interesting because the more that Taiwan, the actual native Taiwanese, took power in that territory, the less it became like a fascist nationalist regime. The more it became democratic, and the more it became pluralistic, and the more it became cognizant of like people's civil rights and everything like that. But apparently because they were taken over by an anti-communist, like right-wing nationalist movement in the fucking 50s, like Taiwan is always that. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's quite disgusting as well, actually, when you think about it.
The official position of the American government,
No,
make
time's
no
up.
mistake, is that Taiwan is a part of China. Wink. That's it.
That's also the official position of like a lot of Asian countries, but some of them will just explicitly say why it's their official position, and it's because they don't want to cause a fight, because they want to stir up shit with the big bad massive fucking country that's right next to them.
I'm saying it. What is this? The Economist, China v.
Sorry, was this not appropriately timestamped? When did he say the Confederates are? Confederates are. Israel should build high-speed rail and everything else will be forgiven. It would appear so. He mentions Confederacy quite a lot here.
Hawaii to the USA? No, not even.
Let's just watch it
That's
from
it.
the beginning.
I'm saying it. What is this? The Economist, China v. Taiwan is age restricted? Why?
Uh-oh.
If countries were people, the relationship between China, America, and Taiwan would be a love triangle like no.
Like Hawaii to the USA? No, not even. It's like if Texas used to, like, the Confederate States used to rule America, okay, and they were pretty fucking brutal. And then there was like a Union Revolution, and then also a massive war on top of that, and massive.
Wait. Sorry, let's start again. I want to.
Used to rule America.
No. Okay.
And Taiwan would be a love triangle like no.
I need to follow
Like
this.
Hawaii to the USA? No, not even. It's like if Texas used to, like, the Confederate States used to rule America, okay, and they were pretty fucking brutal. And then there
Is
was
he talking about the Kuomintang?
there was like a Union Revolution, and then also a massive war on top of that, and massive and you know, massive war crimes that were occurring, and then the Confederate States of America just basically seceded, and were able to have their own thing.
So yeah,
separate-
he is basically saying that Taiwan is like a Confederate state that just survived the fucking war. Yeah, okay.
And they still laid ownership. They still originally laid claim to the entirety of America. And the Union kept growing and growing as a
that's what the Kuomintang said. Yes, the Kuomintang did claim that they should be in charge of like all of China. Yeah. That's also interestingly why the Kuomintang, who were not native Taiwanese when they were in charge in the 50s, the Kuomintang were they would fucking arrested and they would execute people for advocating for Taiwanese independence. Like, so they would execute local Taiwanese people like natives for saying that they wanted an independent Taiwan. But okay.
Superpower around the planet, and then inevitably all of the other countries that were primed against the United States of America decided, actually, okay, never mind. We are no longer acknowledging that like the Confederate States is the real America. We're now acknowledging, and Texas being like the remainder Confederate state that like lost the war, basically was able to secede regardless, but was still laying claim to the entirety of America and maybe even fucking Canada. Okay.
Is that what Taiwan's doing now, dude?
All of America's enemies around the world were saying, you know, no, that's actually the real America. Texas is the real America. And then inevitably they were like, all right, never mind. We're reversing that. The Union is the real America. Texas is not the real America. But we're still going to keep giving Texas as many weapons as possible so they can maintain the Confederacy as like a
so
stronghold
evil,
against.
Man. But the problem is no one knows anything. So the fact that this is actually just like the fact that this is an evil thing for him to be saying, you wouldn't even notice because no one fucking knows, right? Like it's so annoying. I don't even listen. Cards on the table, okay? I don't know that much about Taiwan, but I know the bare minimum, and it's more than enough to know that what he's saying here is absolutely fucking psychotic. Like. Let's see. I don't need a perfect map of the Civil War. Let's just go with this one. Why not? Because it's cute. Okay. God, that's a huge map. It's a big file. We're at 12%. Okay. Right. So you got two big movements here, okay? Two broad ones. You got the communists and you've got the Kuomintang, who are like the Chinese nationalists. And at times they have a kind of like they have a bit more of a rapport because of the Japanese occupation in World War II. But at a certain point, the nationalists are very, very anti-communist. And at one point, they even betray the communists and murder a whole bunch of them. I think it was in Shanghai, I think, yeah. So you've got Chiang Kai-shek, who's the leader of the Kuomintang. And obviously, we know how the story ended. Like, basically, the nationalists were defeated. After the war, the communists defeat the nationalists. And the nationalists over here, they get fucked up and they run away, okay? And they only managed to reclaim control over one little part, which is Taiwan. Okay? Right? They're here. And America backs them with arms and everything else because America is pursuing Truman's containment policy. And they're saying, we don't want communism to spread anywhere. So if there's one outpost in this otherwise unified China that is not communist, that is not against us and everything, then we're going to support them. So they arm them and everything else. And that continues for a while. Now, Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists are from the mainland, whereas in Taiwan, there are native Taiwanese people who have, there's a very small indigenous population, like tiny, and there's also a bunch of like native Taiwanese who came over from the mainland, maybe like some of them had done so like 1,000 years ago, some 100 years ago. So basically there's like two semi-foreign powers like in Taiwan, right? America's funding the nationalists, and the nationalist leadership have come from the mainland. But the thing so that's where the Confederacy argument might come from. Like the nationalists were quite right-wing. They were very anti-communist. They murdered a lot of communists, even incidentally, communists who allied with them. The problem with Hassan's analogy is that things change. Things change. The leaders of the Kuomintang are dead, right, from the 50s. And Taiwan and leadership of Taiwan had since been taken over by people who were native to the land, who were not originally from the Kuomintang. And then people in the governancy and the civil service and the sort of like technical leadership of the country of Taiwan, they came from locally as well. So the original Kuomintang, who murdered a bunch of communists and took American backing and Hassan likes to describe as fascist, they're gone, okay? They're dead. They fucked off. And people who were native to Taiwan have since increasingly taken leadership. And then Taiwan went through a process, which again is called progress. Okay, so now Taiwan is modernized. It's gone through democratic reform. Its ruling parties have been more dominated by native Taiwanese people as opposed to the nationalists who came over here from the mainland in the 50s and 40s. It's a different place now. It has more plurality. It has more civil rights than mainland China does. It has more democracy than mainland China does. In a lot of ways, it's just a better fucking place to live. So now there's a problem where Taiwan effectively functions as a de facto independent state. Like, they've got their own democratic elections. They've got there's like a US, not really an embassy, but it does all the things that an embassy would do in Taiwan. Do they have high-speed rail? Honestly, I actually don't know. But First Asian countries allow same-sex marriages. Like, it's a different place now. So likening it to the Confederacy is fucking insane. The fact that I don't even know if Hassan ever even mentions that it's nothing like the Confederacy now. I guess the thing that makes it Confederacy to Hassan is the fact that it's like America backs it. That's the thing that makes it tantamount to a fucking slave-owning state. My recollection actually is that the thing that approximates slave labor in this area all happens in the mainland, by the way, in the sweatshops. Like, I think that all happens in mainland China under the communists, not in Taiwan. So, like, it's such a fucking crazy ass thing for him to say. Like, and the problem is that Taiwan is in a bit of a difficult situation now because, on the one hand, they can't really declare independence because that would mean you rock the boat with China and China invades you. And that's also why neighboring Asian countries don't really want to call Taiwan independent either, because even though it functionally is like the status quo, it might as well. It's like it's got more autonomy than Scotland does compared to England, right? Like they seem like a different country in a lot of ways. But Hassan hinges on that one China statement policy as if to say that, like, basically, if China ever does make a move on Taiwan, Hassan is going to have to somehow use all the mental gymnastics in the world to basically make it seem like Taiwan is some kind of like secessionist movement that's just getting tamed by the regular government. As in, like, he's going to have to try to make it sound somehow like Taiwan is a surviving Confederate state that is just being brought back into the fold of regular liberal democracy, which is so fucking mental and evil when you apply it to Taiwan, because Taiwan is the democratic part of this equation, right? Taiwan is the place where there actually is freedom of speech and like a level of like domestic autonomy where people can actually determine their own destiny and not have things just fucking dictated to them by like a ruling regime. But I don't know. Yeah, that's quite crazy. And also one of the reasons that other Asian countries don't really want to assert Taiwanese independence as well is because they know that like Taiwan is surviving because of American aid, right? Like with military support. The thing is that, and I think one of the I can't remember which country it was from, but it was some statesman from one of these neighboring countries that said that like the idea is that China has been around for like thousands of years. The US has been in Asia for less than 100 years. And one day they will get bored and they'll leave. Like one day they will give up. And even Trump talks about this kind of shit sometimes. So when that happens, why the fuck would any neighboring country support Taiwanese independence or even treat Taiwan as a separate country when the fucking retribution is just like, it could be 10 years, it could be 50 years, but like it's kind of inevitable. Very fucking stupid though. And also why Hassan keeps saying that Taiwan claims to assert sovereignty over all of China, like they're the real government and they should govern. That's dead. That's Chiang Kai-shek in the fucking 60s and 70s saying that that Taiwan and his government is actually the legitimate rulers of all of China because they came from China. Whereas the current Taiwanese rulers are much more so, the people in the top offices in China and Taiwan are native Taiwanese. They don't try to claim all of China as their own. But he's essentializing this whole fucking area, this whole de facto nation based on like what their old leaders used to say in like what we're talking about, best part of 50, 60 years ago now.
Union America, the United States of America, and constantly have that as a cudgel, constantly have that as like wield the existence of the Confederate States, or the existence of Texas as a Confederate state.
You just made it more confused, someone in chat said.
To the existence of the United States of America. Texas is his own country, and almost every Texan's head, Hassan, you can't get through to them. But would you admit that despite Texas's horrible past in this hypothetical, they've normalized and aren't crazy anymore? Oh, absolutely. So the other part of this is also that Texas originally is like very fascist, okay? Texas as a Confederate state is originally like insanely fascist, really fucked up, really bad. And then somewhere along the line, they decide, okay, we gotta like be better, okay? They do democratic elections, and they slowly but surely, have like a normal process and become like a real country, rather than
So should it stay a real country or not then?
Ridiculous like military dictatorship that it used to be.
Why did it need a chatter to ask him about that? That's even worse to me. The fact that he needed a chatter to bring that, because if that chatter hadn't brought that up, you would just think Taiwan was like the Confederacy. Like they were still like Chiang Kai-shek's old fucking Kuomintang. But I guess he knows that Taiwan's not like that, so
like a fascist dictatorship it used to be. That's it. In the eyes of the United States of America at that point, Texas is seen as a threat to its existence. And like every single person in Texas is pretty much like literally this. You wouldn't think that like right now in the way that you view America, you wouldn't think that like people in Texas are something different. You would say that they're American, and ethnically they are American, but they are a separate state.
Ethnically
That's
American.
It. Jake's going off. Low how he's doing this debate right now. What debate?
Pretty sure. What is the polling now on how Taiwanese people identify? Indigenous Taiwanese are a thing too. Yeah, but there's very few of them. Where's the most recent poll? I know it's most Taiwanese. They do identify as Taiwanese primarily or exclusively. Yeah. 2/3 of adults consider themselves primarily Taiwanese. And the younger population even more so. Okay, dude, come on. Like, come on. I don't know why you need to do that analogy anyway. You can just describe what happened. It's not that difficult. Okay, fuck. Piker's apology is for left-wing autocrats. Wait, what? Where are we? Oh, here. He once referred to China's mass detention facilities for Uyghur Muslims as concentration camps, only to quickly revise that to re-education camps and claim they are all closed now. They are not, and the detentions also continue through the formal justice system. That's crazy. Piker's apologia for left-wing autocrats are not restricted to contemporary ones. Last month, he told his viewers that Mao Zedong is one of the great leaders of this world. And at the Yale Political Union this month, he declared that the fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. The tens of millions of victims of the Soviet Union went unmentioned. Fucking hell, man. Talking with Piker about a political coalition to save American democracy without discussing his affinity for Chinese rulers is like teaming up with Carlson about it without interrogating his praise for Russian President Vladimir Putin, or with Donald Trump without examining his outlook towards Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Ooh. And yet, only the debate over the latter tends to happen, such that Israel crowds out all other considerations, including extremely consequential beliefs that end up going unchallenged. Favreau, the Pod Save America co-host, perceptively alludes to this very problem in his exchange with Piker. Tucker Carlson's good example, Favreau observes. He'll do it like a very thoughtful critique of Israel and then suddenly launch into a conspiracy. The thing is, Carlson isn't the only one whose Israel rhetoric attracts outside attention that conveniently enables the rest of his ideology to evade scrutiny. Many pundits and reporters are understandably unfamiliar with the oeuvre of some of the country's biggest influencers. The content of these creators is spread out over incalculable hours of streaming video and is not easily searchable. But any productive conversation with or about these personalities requires an accurate understanding of their worldviews. Perhaps liberal listeners align with Piker's perspective on regimes such as China and the Soviet Union and consider his approach compatible with their fight against Trumpism. Perhaps they do not. But to make that call, they need to know what he actually believes. And that's a conversation worth having. Isn't this the guy? Mossad agent. I don't think Yair Rosenberg was correct in his criticisms of what I brought up about Einstein's take on Israel. His warnings have come true, which was my position. He's so fucking dishonest. He's such a ridiculous fucking... Why were you mentioning the Irgun and Lehi then? Like, what the fuck? We'll have to find the original clip then. Did he say this? Let's see.
Real. My assessment on Zionism as an ideology is not that different from Albert Einstein's assessment of Zionism.
His assessment, okay, so not his prediction, his assessment. An assessment's usually when you are describing a thing that's happening at the time that you're saying it. But
when he saw Deir Yassin and these and the violence that the early Zionist brigades were engaging in, Haganah, Irgun, Lehi, these militia movements before the IDF existed, before Israel existed, and he was actually asked to be the first president of Israel. He wrote about what Zionism was turning into. And he warned that what he was seeing was exactly what the Nazis were doing. And he warned about it. He said, if we do not have a commitment to binationalism, if we do not have a commitment to the people that are already living there, the atrocities that I'm seeing that, Zionist brigades are engaging in right now, committing right now against the Palestinians, is going to turn into exactly what the Nazis have done. And he was right. He saw it ahead of time. I mean, he knew what the Nazis were. He lived through it, right? And so my perspective is shaped by...
we have no idea if Einstein today would have looked at Israel and said, this is exactly what the Nazis did. Like, if he'd said that, he'd be wrong. Because, again, this is just a complete fucking failure to comprehend the scale and the fucking intent and the viciousness with which Nazis pursued their policies, and in such a small space of time. Like, you can look at a map of fucking Operation Barbarossa and compare it to your disappearing Palestine maps that you get from the Free Palestine activists. Like, it's fucking night and day. I don't know why people tried to do these stupid fucking connections, but okay, good save, buddy. It was a warning. I see. Where is the full letter? We read this, didn't we? I also don't really see where in this letter there's supposed to be him warning that like Zionism will become this. He actually even mentions most of the Jewish community was horrified, and the Jewish Agency, which was a Zionist body, sent a telegram of apology to King Abdullah of Transjordan. But okay. He's very much distinguishing there. I don't know. Silly. Pretty goofy ass defense. Why does invoking Einstein here even lend credence to his position? Is Einstein looked back on as some great mind in the field of contemporary geopolitics? No, it's just it's like the retard's fucking argument of like, oh wow, this person with the very high IQ and the science man said this thing, even though Einstein did not say what Hassan said. It's just whatever. But it's very validating if you pretend that he did, right? Like, it sounds like Einstein opposes the Israeli right without opposing all of Israel as a concept. It sounds like again, if you believe that Einstein would have wanted to abolish Israel, and like, then by all means, but you have no proof of that, and you're just doing that because you're desperate to get validation from a fucking dead guy. Anyway. I think, wait, where can I go here? Spelling bee. No. I fucking hate spelling bee. I'll still do it, but just, for fun in my own time. Captain Dan the Fireman for $5, and Meme for the $4.99. Keep your Bilson, thanks for the tier 1 sub, and Pragmatic American, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Jiu-Jitsu for the $4.99, and Costco Manager, thanks for the $4.99. Been away for a bit, but happy to come back. Really like the chat you had with Soypill. Brought me back from an anti-semi brink quite a bit. What's an anti-semi, like an anti-Semitic brink? What, you were becoming anti-Semitic? Wait, what? Or you were seeing anti-Semitism and it freaked you out? I don't even know, whatever. How do you still have 900 people watching this fucking shitty ass stream? God. What's this?
As for the political ancestors of the current Netanyahu government, Einstein tore into them and their political parties, particularly in the New York Times. When Menachem Begin came to New York in late 1948, Einstein, Hannah Arendt, and other Jewish intellectual figures in the United States published a letter denouncing his visit.
This is not the article he's reading. He's reading people who he thinks are validating him.
And
I don't know. He's just rewriting what he said. It's so fucking annoying.
The organization he led, calling it a political party very close in its organization, methods, and political philosophy and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. One example they cited was the massacre of 240 men, women, and children in the Palestinian village of Deir Yassin. Einstein would repeat his accusation until his death in 1955. These people are Nazis in their thoughts and actions. Anyone who says today in the mainstream media is immediately labeled an anti-Semite and blacklisted. It's unbelievable that Yair Rosenberg went on The Atlantic, a magazine whose editor-in-chief is literally a former concentration camp prison guard from Israel, okay, and wrote that article, and his key point on the article his key point in the article was,
isn't this the guy? Oh my God. Okay. All the things that I don't even need to fact check to know that they're not true. We're not even doing it. I'm not wasting my time with that fucking nonsense. Jesus Christ. Get me out of here. Huh. Loner Box, you're creating an empire. Am I? Interesting. All right. I might see you guys tomorrow. You know what? Might do it. Maybe for longer even. Imagine that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be talking about JCPOA tomorrow at British time, BST, that would be 4 p.m. 11 a.m. Eastern. It's 11 a.m. Eastern. Huh. Okay. Yeah, with Mutin. Yeah. That little dude. I don't even know if he's little. He just has he gives me little dude energy. I don't know. All right. Take care, guys. You should bring on Dan tomorrow to do some Hassan bad content. That seems to be a winning strategy. Well, if we didn't do that, then who would do the tiny streamers who say Hassan is bad sometimes or bad content, you know? We have to give them everything. You know, the Hutch bad content's getting stale, you know. I have to come in every now and then to spice it up. Oh. Third way, you're so fucking dense. Like, why do you even think that's an insult to me? Third way. Oh my god. Did you read the Washington Post article about Fuentes? I did see it. I'll probably do that tomorrow, actually. Genuine clown you are. You're more than welcome to air any disagreements you want, dipshit. You can't, because you're all full of shit. Whoa, let's see, where's this? I remember they really fucking is this the one that really splurged on the graphics? Like, look how this is so aesthetic. Look at this. So aesthetically pleasing. Wow. Look at him go. Wow. Him molding over his super chats. Look at this. They've got all the fucking imagery and everything. They got graphs, flow charts. Oh my god. The names of his biggest donors. This is a banger article. Look at it. Who are these guys? Fucking solid gold here. It might upset my third way fascist viewers to rag on Nick Fuentes, but we'll do it, okay? We'll take all sides. Why does Queeman hate you? I don't think he does. I think he's just mad. He's on a journey. Anyway. All right. What the? All right. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Bye.